every word, don't think that I don't. Every little jab, every message they wrote. Every time I move, somebody taking a shot, trying to tell me what I am, trying to tell me what I'm not. I ain't hard to find, I ain't hiding away. Still they spend another evening with my name in their day. Funny thing is I got places to go. Why they keep standing there hoping I move too slow?
They think they're the battle,
They ain't even close, just another thing moving around on the road.
every path got trouble.
Every climb got pain. I don't stop my journey just to argue in the rain.
They keep making me the mission.
I got bigger things to do. I was never chasing them. They've been chasing me through. Yeah, and come the experts with a lesson to teach. Talking from the shore about a swim they never reached. Everybody got a theory, everybody got a plan. Everybody knows the answer till it's time to take a stand. I keep seeing the same thing over and over again. People talking like judges while refusing to begin. And if you're hearing this and feeling called out to, maybe I'm not talking to them, maybe I'm talking to you.
They think they're the battle,
They ain't even close, just another thing moving around on the road.
every path got trouble.
Every climb got pain. I don't stop my journey just to argue in the rain.
They keep making me the mission.
I got bigger things to do. I was never chasing them. They've been chasing me through. Maybe that's the part that gets me more these days. I can see myself in some of them in certain ways. Not the hate, not the noise, not the bitterness they bring, but the fact that they're capable of building something. They talk about the losses, talk about what they lack, but they don't move like somebody trying to fight their way back. The boss ain't standing here, the boss is waiting ahead. Some folks stop leveling up and start watching players instead. Into the future version, listening somewhere down the line. Don't waste your life turning another person into your grind. The road is long enough, the work is hard enough. You don't get stronger spending all your years tearing people up. They think they understand me, maybe they understand more. Because people don't spend years staring at a closed door. Something in them sees it, something in them knows. You don't throw this much attention at a thing that never grows. I don't need belief from strangers, I don't need a cheering crowd. Life already taught me lessons long before I'm learning now. Every mountain stays a mountain, every road keeps asking more. Then the people trying to stop me were never what the fight was for. They make me the destination, I keep walking toward my own. That's the difference people doing, and people watching on the road. Yeah, I ain't got it all worked out, and I don't think I'm supposed to. This is just me. Used to bend myself to keep things smooth. Say let's stay small, just make it through. Play the version people could receive, and lost some parts of what was really me. Wore a face that helped me get along. Held it together, called it being strong. And every year it got a little harder to tell you what was peace and what was armor. Thought by now I'd be a little further, little less tired, little more certain. But maybe growing ain't a clean straight line. Maybe it's truth showing up over time. I am not every wrong turn, not every season that burned. I'm still learning, I'm still deep, still becoming who I can be. This is authentically me, not perfect, just honestly trying to hold on to my peace without pretending it comes easy. I'm still facing the truth, still shedding what I outgrew. And if all I do is stay real through the pressure, that's enough for me. Had to stop expecting people to see the way behind the calm. Some folks only know the version and never says when something's wrong. And I've been working through it slowly, one hard day, one breath, one choice. Trying not to lose myself between survival and a voice. I don't need to be the loudest, I don't need to prove I changed. I just wanna look at who I am, and I feel turned away. Getting older to make it clearer. Time don't pause, so I can't hide. Some things heal and some things stay, and you just learn to carry right. Iron out what got broken. Not every silence I swallowed. Every lesson, every hit taught me what I won't fake again. This is authentically me. Not polished, just finally seen. Trying to stand where my feet are, without performing strength for people. Still making it through, still becoming something true. And if all I do is keep showing up real, that's enough. That's enough for me. I forgive who I had to be when I ain't know another way. The one who kept it all inside and smiled just to get through days. I don't need to love every scar to admit that it's mine. I don't need to have all the answers to stop leaving myself behind. Now I see it's not glory, it's honesty. It's not right, it's choosing not to disappear in me. This is authentically me. A little worn, a little more clear now, where I thought I would be. Still I made it here.
What's good, y'all? What's up, everybody?
Learning, some days strong, some days hurting. If I can keep growing without losing myself, that's enough. Yeah, that's enough for me.
What's good, everybody? What is going on? Hopefully you guys are having a good part of your weekend. Welcome to the show. Of course, I am your guy, Russ. Let me make sure I click up the music so I don't hear it, because you guys don't hear it, so you can really kind of focus in on some stuff for today. Do yourself a favor, a couple of things as you are here going into the door. First thing, of course, is to just be sure to actually hit that like button. Let other people know that we are live right now. Let the algorithm see that we are live, to invite more people into the actual conversation. So that being the first thing. Second thing is that there is a question that is pinned at the bottom of the chat. I realize it's not at the top anymore. It's at the bottom. At the bottom of the chat. And I would like you guys to actually give your particular opinions. Again, it's a self-assessment for yourself on how you feel about the question in itself. The next thing is we need to have this conversation. This is kind of a follow-up conversation to our last one that we had, where we were talking about the attention economy. But I'm asking a bit of a follow-up question. So why do we need attention? And actually, the first thing I thought about when I thought about this particular thing, when I was having this conversation in my own head, was being seen versus being understood. And I guess I kind of want to start with the question. I kind of want to start with a question, and I don't want you guys to really start answering what sounds good, but I want you to start answering what is honestly the feelings, the notions, the thought process that's going on from there. 'Cause I think a lot of people will pick things that is conveniently nice to hear, but not necessarily what's there. So I'm asking for you and your authentic self, not what you heard that sounds nice, not things that sound nice. So you want to expound those feelings, those topics, those qualities onto you. I'm asking you for your authentic self when you think about the question. So if you had two options, if you had two options, right? And I asked this before, and I thought about dropping as a short, but I'm going to ask you guys live. If you could be understood by 10 people, or you could be noticed by 10,000 people, which one are you taking? I want you to think about that for a moment. Some of you may be really quick to want to answer that, but I really want you to mull over that for a minute. What are the implications of that? 10 people who can fully follow what you're saying, fully understand, and fully get a grasp of what you're talking about, what the understanding is, and what their position within that is, versus those who just 10,000 will just they'll notice what you're saying, they'll see what you're saying, but everything's up in the air and you have no semblance of an idea of what might happen next. You said Cellulite Podcast in the building. Appreciate it. And by the way, thanks for those who already showed up in here. I see Mama's in here as well. I see Penn is in here. Hey, what's going on, Penn? I see that you're in here. Jen is in here as well. And Cellulite, Will, you're here as well. The reason why I'm going back to this question, because I thought it was very interesting in the last stream when I was asking it, because I think most people immediately say that they want to be understood, right? That's the answer that we're supposed to give. That is the answer that sounds natural, right? It's the mature response. The mature response to what you should be doing. But I don't know if that's true. I really, the more I think about it and the more I land on it, and the more I even said it even in that stream, I just don't see that to be the thing that will be the embodiment of truth. I think a lot of people say that they want to be understood right up until attention becomes available. Then things begin to change. Let me explain what I mean. Being understood is slow. It's a slow process. See you in the building, Ruck. Being understood is a very slow process. Being understood, that means somebody has to listen. You can explain yourself. You can clarify things. You have to sit through people's misunderstandings of what's going on. You have to actually answer questions. And sometimes you have to admit that you didn't really explain yourself or explain everything well enough. It works. But being noticed is easy. Somebody sees you, somebody reacts to you, somebody acknowledges you just because you're there. You get this feeling, this rush of endorphins because people are saying different things about what the things that you bring up or the things that you say. And I'm not even saying that it's wrong. I know some people are already going to jump off the cliff with that. I didn't even say it was wrong. Everybody likes attention. The question is, when does it stop being something you enjoy and it starts becoming something that you need? Let me say that again. When it comes to attention, when does it become something that you stop? When does it become something you stop searching for because you enjoy it versus something that you feel now that you need? That was the question that really hit my mind when I was asking that on my last stream, and I thought I should really bring forth this to you guys, right? Because everybody has a different way of looking at it, right? But I also have a question for you. Do you think it is different? Do you think there is a difference between wanting attention and wanting a connection? Or are they the same thing in your mind? That's my question. I would love to see what you guys are saying. Just think about that for a quick moment. Let that permeate for a little bit, and then give me your response. You don't need to give me a long story about whatever, how you felt about something in the fifth grade, or when your dog got ran over by a bus or whatever. Just think about that. I'll ask the question again. Do you think there is a difference between wanting attention and wanting connection? You guys are reminding me I didn't even pull up my chat program. That's crazy. I'm like, what am I reading? Why is it so small? Why I can't really understand what's going on here? So as you guys try to get through that question, I'm going to sort out some things here. And again, there's no reason for us to lie. No one here is going to hunt you down for getting a perspective that's not yours. We don't need to hear what your favorite content creator says. I'm asking you specifically. This is for you and your mind only. This is all I ever ask about. I always ask, what is your perspective? Don't give me what you're, well, I was thinking about what so-and-so said or whatever, and it made me think about da-da-da-da-da. And I was thinking about this, but then somebody else said that. Hey, fuck all that. I'm asking you, what's rattling around in your skull? Not you parroting what you think that you picked up from somebody else because it sounds so profound and so thought-provoking. What's going on through your goddamn head? One more time, one more again. Do you think there is a difference between wanting attention and wanting connection? That's my first question to y'all guys. I know I probably already asked questions already, but that's my first real question to you guys. Let's see. Who else is in here? Who else is in here? Somebody walked in here and said something. Wait, did I say that? Did I do something? No. That can't be. That can't be me. Okay, that was a different chat. Okay, there you go. There we go. Now we are up to date. My other chat is catching up. So let me go check the one that's already here. Huh. You said everyone needs attention. Okay. I'll leave it there. Jen, you say they are not the same. That's a fair thing to say, Ruck. He loved attention so much he became an actor. I mean, and that's actually a pretty good and healthy response, because there are people who become lawyers because their parents are lawyers. This especially for people who become psychologists or not psychologists, psychiatrists. My mom and my dad was a psychiatrist, so I became a psychiatrist. But that's a very, very healthy response. So I respect that. That's a very open and very self-aware thing to say. Now, for me, when I even when I consider the actual question in itself, I don't think that these things are the same. Which, by the way, if you were really paying attention, that was my question. Do you think that there's a difference? And Jen, you said you don't think that they're the same. Now, I'm rather much in agreement. I don't think that they are the same. I think a lot of people confuse the two, and quite often. Somebody feels lonely. They think that maybe they need attention. Somebody feels ignored. Maybe they think they need attention. Somebody feels invisible. Maybe they think they need attention. Follow the pattern. But attention doesn't necessarily solve any of those problems, now do they? Let's go back. All right? I'll say it again. Somebody's feeling lonely. They think they need attention. Somebody feels ignored and they believe that they need attention. Someone's feeling invisible and they think that they need attention. But what necessarily has been solved by attention. What are those problems that were actually solved? You can have a room looking at you. Let's do it right now, right? You guys are watching me in my office, in this room, right? You can look at a room and you can still feel alone. And you can literally be alone. No one else is in here with me. You can still feel alone. How many of you guys have been to parties? How many of you guys have been to a club? How many of you have been to a family gathering full of warm bodies around you? You can hear the conversations. You can feel the breath probably even hit your neck and your ears. And you felt utterly alone by yourself in a crowd, in a sea of people. I can say I have. How many people have walked up and everybody's been asking, "Are you all right?" This happens also in like funerals. How's everything? Haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, you look so tall now. Sorry for your loss. Shake your hand and everything. Everybody's trying to ask you, have you eaten? Have you drinking anything? But you still feel alone. So you could be getting attention and you can still feel utterly alone. Have you ever had people reaching to you and you still felt like you were misunderstood? You felt like you made your case. You felt like you laid it out properly. And at the end of you ending your breath, they still really didn't catch on to what you were saying. You can have followers, by the way, subscribers, friends, acquaintances, and you can still feel like nobody actually gets you. And that is because attention and understanding are two different things. They're two different things. One of them is about being observed, and the other one is about being known. And I think this shows up in conversations all the time. I mean, have you ever been talking to somebody and halfway through it you realize this motherfucker's not even listening? They're not really listening. They're what? They're waiting. They're waiting. You can feel it staring at them. They are waiting for their turn to speak. They are waiting for the part where they disagree. They're waiting for the trigger words. They are waiting for the thing that reminds them of themselves. They are waiting for an opening. The conversation isn't moving them. It's bouncing off of them. Next question I want to ask you guys, because I want to see what you guys have been typing in the chat. Next question I got for you guys is, have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling like somebody heard every word that you said and still missed out on the entire damn point? And if you're feeling froggy, tell me, what happened? What happened? Let me go see what you guys have been saying here in the chat. Let's see. What's this? You think the confidence? Let me move this. Let me move this window so it can be larger for me, so I'm not squinting or anything, even with glasses on. Okay, you said you gotta think that the confidence grew from acting enabled. I mean, That's the thing. Confidence is something that can be taught. It's not an innate thing. Confidence can be taught. So I can understand that. And I think so many people get distracted on so many different things that's happening in their life that they can't. Actually, we should probably actually have a conversation about that at some point in the future. The aspect of people not being able to move on because they are paralyzed by situations, by aspects of the past. I think it's very important. Like for instance, because we're not taught early, and this is why I say I love the whole Tony Robbins quote when saying that when we are born, we should be told very early that we're going to die. So for some reason, when we get further along in life, in our middle ages, even though we've watched people perish, we've seen news segments, articles, we've seen tragedies happen in our own lives, but for some reason, when we're getting older and we start watching people pass around us, all of a sudden, especially people who are close to us, right, in some semblance or another, all of a sudden we're stuck. Why? You've been. Here's the truth of the matter, and this is gonna sound very bad. Some of y'all not gonna like this, but it is what it is. I'll bring that raw truth to you. You've been watching people die around you your entire life. But when it happens to you personally, all of a sudden you're having a problem moving on. Now, this is not to say that the person who died does not have any significance. Doesn't mean that. But it's so interesting because I've watched this even in conversations, by the way, and I'm watching you guys in the chat, but I've seen you do this in multiple different areas of your chat as well. It's hard for you to not only move on to the point that was actually being made, but you get stuck because a point was made that actually had nothing to do with that very thing that you were speaking about. We all have experienced death in our life, right? We all have. Here's my question though. If I gave you a question to posit about anything in particular, why did it become a grief counseling session? I've experienced death the same way how you've experienced death, but the conversation wasn't about what happened to you and how you needed to share it. Because here's what I would say. No disrespect, not trying to be mean, but if you're having a problem, you should seek a professional. Do not seek the solace in strangers. This is not a competition on who's lost who and when and how long ago. This is not an AA or anything else like that. And I think people get lost in that. They get lost in their grief. You say death is another part of life, but you'd be surprised if I talk about something and I just mention death, even though if it has nothing to do with the real conversation. How many of you guys all of a sudden want to start pulling up all of your past struggles of death when that wasn't the conversation? Which means that you really haven't found a place in your life where you've actually been able to move on from it. And this is not a competition as to, well, I lost somebody, and I lost somebody. Guess what? We've all lost somebody. And guess what? As long as we are alive, we will continue to lose people. That is the nature of life. Not trying to sound like an ass about it, but think about it. In everything I just asked you guys, was the conversation about loss? Was the conversation ever fixated on loss? But we got stuck on loss. Well, you guys got stuck on loss, not me. You're living in doom and gloom. Think about that for a moment. I want you to stop. What were my questions? And when did it ever get stuck on we should be fixated on death? And then ask yourself a question. Why am I fixated on death? I have one thing that's still here that everybody else still has. Life. Why am I so fixated on death? I've experienced people dying before. I understand that people pass. Why are we stuck on death when the entire conversation was never about death? What does that say about our mind state? What does that say about mortality? And also, what does that say about our active listening and passive listening skills? I've asked a series of questions. None of it talked about The Undertaker. I want you guys to think about this for a moment. I asked a series of questions. None of it had to talk about, none of it really discussed who has already passed before us. I'm talking about people in attention. Ooh, ooh. And let's ask that question. The idea of having to express to other people that people have passed in our lives, is that also a sense of attention? Is it important that we let other people know that we're in mourning? It's a great, I didn't even consider it. Why is this a thing? It's one thing if people know us and they know that we're in mourning because they were there and they were active. Is it important that we announce to people that we are in mourning? Is it important to let other people know that we are experiencing grief? Is it important to let potentially strangers know that we are experiencing grief? I didn't even think about this. Because I noticed this is something that also happens a lot online. Yeah, the unknown is the unknown. I hate to say, but this is what I hate to say, Mama. Death is not the unknown. We all know what happens with death. It's loss. The unknown is the unknown. People would not fear death if we knew what happens after death. So death is not the thing people are worried about. It's the unknown. What's going to happen to them? How come I can't see this person anymore? What's going to happen to me someday? But also, why are we expressing that to people? Like I said, it's one thing if it happens with your close friends or your family or even your coworkers, because some coworkers turn out to be family because they see you being one particular way and now you're dealing with loss and now they understand why. When we are online, why do we now feel the need to let other people know that we are experiencing grief? Now, I'm not even saying there's a thing wrong with that, but what gives that reason? What is the emotional undertaking behind that? Well, you say the act of dying is fearful to most people. Let me go up against that. You said the idea of death is fearful to most people, but it's funny enough, they don't feel that way about life. The act of living, for some reason, is not fearful to them. Understanding that one day that they won't be here. People are afraid to live more than they are to die. And you do, and let me just say this, you spend more time alive than you do dead. Let's think about that think about what I just said for a moment. You spend more time in the act of living than you do the moment you cease to be here. So what is preventing you from living? Because you know that once the curtain closes, it's over. So what's stopping you from living? What is stopping you from enacting all the things that you can possibly strive towards and make the best for yourself and not sit back in your last in moments and saying, I have so many filled regrets, when you can be doing something about it today. And if not today, tomorrow. What makes you put off life, but you will cling to the idea of death? Again, this is not a conversation about death. I could do a conversation about death. I am comfortable with death, but that's not the purpose of this conversation. I'm just noticing, like, we're talking and all of a sudden everybody's bouncing back and forth about their loss when that's not the conversation. So why are you so hung up on death? Oh, you could say complacency, but I think it's deeper than that. Maybe the thing that people are so hung up on death is the fact that they know that they really haven't lived a life worth living. Maybe that's it. Deep down, deep down, they understand that they really haven't lived life. They really haven't done their best. And that's why they're afraid of death. But I do question the act of attention due to death. I do question it. Because there are people who will, I'm not saying that even you guys are, but there are people who will mention the aspect of death, who will even lie about deaths in their families for attention. Come on. I would say that at least some of us have run across somebody where we're like, didn't they say that their niece or nephew died like last year, the same niece or nephew? It's a whole new year. Didn't they say that that same niece and nephew died last year? They just trying to get out of work or something? Or trying to garner sympathy? It's like people who lie about it's their birthday and it's really not their birthday. Ladies do this, men do this. Men will go to a bar or a club and lie about their birthdays so they can get laid that night. Women will continuously keep lying about their age. Like, but why? But why is that? It's for attention. Oh, you said that is sick behavior? That happens more than you realize. Way more than you realize. That's not even a one-off thing. It happens way more than you realize. I've been to at least 4 different jobs where I've heard that line being used. You said you had a coworker that their mom died 3 times. How about this? I've had a coworker turn around and say that they have to go to their father's funeral, and they never met their father. Twice they had to go to their father's funeral that they literally said in a conversation with me they never met their dad, but they had to go to their funeral 2 different years in a row. At least it wasn't back to back. It was like 1 year and then like the other year after that they said it. But I remember that I bought lunch. We was eating lunch and we was just going back and forth about family, and they were like, yeah, I never met my dad. I was like, I never met my dad too. But all of a sudden, I'm like, yo, somebody, why are they getting cards? And flowers and shit like that. I'm like, oh, her dad died? That's crazy. Wait, whose dad? Her dad. I mean, people lie, you know. What do I know? Okay. I'm not going to be kicking doors now and be like, you liar, you said, and I remembered I got the receipts and I was writing down shit. And remember when I said this, when I bought you that fucking orange chicken and we was doing. But then, not the next year, but the year after that, all of a sudden their dad died again. And it's like, huh. Huh, what's good, baby girl? I see you. And it's like, why do they do that? Now, you could be saying they're doing it to get out of work, which I absolutely believe that they did. Maybe they had something important that they wanted to do. But part of it also becomes the attention that they get from it. Relevance is right there in the topic. Why do people need attention? It's literally in the topic of the stream. Because some people are just not being treated very well in their life, or some people don't treat themselves very well. Maybe they don't have the acknowledgement. Maybe they don't have. Yes, they don't want to be. I mentioned this piece. You weren't here for that. Part of it is also the fact that they feel ignored in life. They're ignored. So some people will make up things and others feel ignored. The same way how there are, still to this day, people who work at their jobs. It's mainly you ladies. I don't know about the guys. If you guys are doing this, that's new to me. I have to hear about it. But you ladies who will send yourself flowers. Like, oh yeah, that was John. Yeah. He John sent me flowers. He's so great. He's so great. Peace. He is so great. Yeah, we had a great dinner, and he might be the one, Send themselves flowers. So that why? The other office hens are gonna gossip. Oh, he must really like you. Oh, he sent this to your job. So she can get people talking about her. She can get people to see her, to acknowledge that she exists, to acknowledge that she has something going on, to not look like she's sad and pathetic. Not that she ever was, but how does she see herself? Many people are guilty of this. You know how guilty of this it is? I could have made this a business before I really understood what escorts were. I could have done this. Because I've done this for 3 friends now. Not 1, not 2, not 3. Oh, well, 3. 3 friends I've done this for. 3 friends. I have been the guy who pretends to be a boyfriend. And on 2 different occasions, especially for one of those friends, I have pretended to be the same guy that they claimed that they were dating when there was no guy in existence. Made a whole name for him, said what he did for a living, and then when they said, we have this thing going on, we would love for you to bring him up because you never see him, and they freaked the fuck out, and they felt like they talked too much shit that they asked yours truly, who's their friend, and they pretty much just gave me a script. If you want to talk about an intro to acting, that was the moment. I could have been an actor. I went not 1 year, but I went 2 years to a function for this person. Act like we were great, like we were a couple. Girl, I know we've been cool with, never dated, none of that stuff, and all of a sudden, 2 people that we're just cool with. We hang out from time to time. We we eat dinner one time to time. We catch up with each other. Now all of a sudden in a function, prior to a separate meeting that we had to have prior to the function, here I am, hand on her waist, slapping her ass, and I have to kiss her. And I had to warm her up to that, by the way. I had to warm her up to that for that engagement. So she had to get used to actually kissing me. I was single at the time, but she had to get used to kissing me to make it seem like something that she wouldn't be nervous about and want to flinch or jump back on during the actual party. And the funny part about it, I've told this story before. Most of you guys probably don't know this. I probably did it in my first or second season. But most of you guys, I've done this story before. The first time I just felt really bad, and I want to get them out of trouble. The second year, I was like, see, you could have made up anything in a year. You could have made shit that you broke up, that shit wasn't working out. You could have called the guy a piece of shit, a whole bunch of different things. And by the way, any of these people could have ran into me. We're all here in New York City. Any of them could have ran into me in the future and could have been like, I can't believe that you treated her. Almost said her name. You treated her like that and such and such and such. And I would have been like, I don't even think I know you. And they're calling me by a name that I don't even know. It wasn't even my alias. She made a whole man out of thin air. And I was sitting here feeling like I was reading a script. I had to learn about the job that her fake man did. Think about that. I had to go on YouTube, on Google, and learn a profession I knew nothing about. Just so if I get asked questions, I can make up scenarios, because I'm a pretty decent storyteller, make up scenarios in my head in different situations. And at this time, I was working for Cora, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But like, the second year she did it, I was like, you're paying me. She's like, I'm your friend. I'm like, you're paying me, or I won't show up at all. You're paying me. And I don't mean by the hour. You're paying me. I need a lump sum. I need a lump sum of money. You can't pay me with your box. You can't pay me with dinner at some point. I want money. I want cold hard cash. Yeah, I don't know if she did doubles or whatever, overtime, whatever, but she paid it up. She paid it up. I was like, I'm not going to put myself through that again. You had a whole year to basically break up with your fictional fucking man. And the sad part, well, you said you don't want to talk about work. Like, the sad part about it is like, it was like it wasn't a, okay, the second one was a work function. The second time I showed up to like her job's like office party thing. But the first time wasn't that. The first time was just like her work friends invited her to a fucking party at their house or whatever. And she was talking so much shit about the guy that she was with, who I didn't know. Like, and then the second time, it was an actual office work function, like a holiday party kind of shit. And she was like, I kind of need you. What? I was like, no, I want money. I need money in my hands. Give me money. I need money. I don't want dinner. I don't want you behind the stove. I need money. I agree, mama. Attention is addictive. I agree. And by the way, here's the funny part about it. I did run across one of those women on the train. So I was switching platforms. I was on the 2 train. I'm not going to ask why I was on the 2 train, but I was on the 2 train and I was switching over at 42nd Street. 42nd Street is 42nd Street. We got a whole lot of train district. Well, I was switching 42nd Street, and while I was switching, I ran into her. It just so happened we were like standing like kind of far on the platform, but she noticed me. And I saw her, and I was just like, here's the side part. I thought she was cute. I was just like, and I walked up to her, and I was just like, hey, what's going on? And then she's like, I know you. She's like, I was like, I felt like I know you too. And then we started talking, and then she was like, I know you from this. And I was like, oh, switched up my entire aura. Because I was just like, that's where we know each other from. And I had no idea what the story had devolved into. I had no idea, or she said that we broke up, or I did some stupid shit. I said I was a motherfucker. Like, the nigga's fake. But like, I had no idea what was gonna. So now I'm doing a whole lot of listening and not enough talking. Like, I am like, oh, and yeah, aren't you two together? I mean, what is really together? You know, what do you mean by together? Like, what she told you? when she told me that you guys, like, like she hasn't seen you in a couple of weeks because you had to travel. I was like, yeah, I was doing some traveling. I'm sitting there in my mind. I was like traveling on these trains, but like just traveling back and forth on these train systems. But like, yeah, what's good? And then afterwards, I'm like, damn, I can't holler at her. And I had to talk to her for like 4 to 5 different stops. I was like, damn, I can't tap that if I wanted to because she thinks I'm somebody totally somebody else. What's good, Chris? I'm like, yo, I have no idea what's going on. I had to dig in my phone. Yo, guess what I ran into? What the fuck is going on? Why does she still believe that you're with? I thought the original agreement was that you're gonna have to make up a way that we broke the fuck up. You hear me already? I'm still doing it. I'm still slipping. Like I'm still in character and shit. I'm still slipping. All these years later, I'm still slipping. But she needed attention. Well, since you mentioned it and since you saw her, there's something coming up, and that's why I was like, I want money. I need money. Now, after that, I literally told her, after that, because all right, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. I'll tell you. You know why the hell not? After that work function, she had been doing a lot of drinking. I had been playing the role of an escort, so I would talk to her bosses and her managers and big her up. I was kind of like being like an escort. This was, yeah, it was around that time. It was early 2000s. So I'm bigging up her to her bosses and her friends and her colleagues or whatever. I'm doing all this different shit, right? Yeah, she's great. She talks about work all the time. Oh, you're good to put a face to the name. Never seen you in my life. Never knew your name or anything. Never knew, like, good to put a face. Yo, she's talked about you so many times. I was like, yo, who the fuck is Jason? Like, what the fuck? Like I can't believe it. I was doing all extra shit while she was having a good time she left all work on me. Yes, I was paid, but she left work on me while she did whatever the fuck she was doing and getting drunk and lit and everything. And then I gotta sit there and I gotta drink and whatever. Because everybody else, her being so lit, she could not even get her way home. Ain't that a bitch? She couldn't get her way home. I had to bring her to my place so that she can be there, so she can try to sleep it off. Ain't that some crazy shit? And then I was like, after that, I was like, you better make up a situation in which you and, I'm not gonna say the name, and I don't know who on the internet might know me as that person, whatever, but you better make up an excuse where you guys eventually break up or something like that, because I'm never doing this again with you. Never. I'm not even going to tell about the story that happened after that. I'm not even going to talk about what happened after that, because some shit happened after that too. Said you got wrote off the soap opera. No, I wrote myself off the soap opera. This is different. I didn't get written off. I said, I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the cast. I'm leaving the cast of characters. That's what happened. I wrote myself off that soap opera. I was like, I don't want to play this anymore. First of all, you don't have enough money to keep me on as the cast. You don't have enough money. You can't keep doing that. Because here's the sad part about that piece. Those same coworkers, the managers, they were asking for me. Imagine this. I did too good of a job. I did so much. I did too good of a job that they kept asking to see me. They were like, "So what you gonna do?" Oh, and like she lies and she's on her phone like, "Oh, I was just talking to wrestler and okay. Well, tell him I said hi. It was great. In fact, he should come swing by the job." She's like, "What? He's probably busy. He's at work or something like that right now." Meanwhile, I'm not nowhere a part of this text, nowhere in this conversation. I had to hear about this way later. Oh yeah, she even lied at one point. She was like, "Oh, he said he wanted to come over, but something came up and he couldn't come over because it was hailing, like it was like raining really hard. So he changed his mind. He didn't want to come over. He didn't feel like getting wet and everything like that. It was to a point where I felt like it was so dangerous that I felt like she was. I have no way to prove it, but I felt as though she was giving them portions of me, like my actual real life, to fit more the narrative of the character that she made up. And I was just like, I need to get away from her. She's like, "Okay, so how long you know them?" She's like, "I know them for like a few years, and everything is going great." Like, "Oh, okay." So he's New York bound like you. Like, yeah, he's been born in New York for a while. He was raised in the Bronx. I'm like, bitch, you don't need to tell people, like, you going too far. Don't tell people where I was born and what I was like. No. You doing too much. You doing too much. Like, we need to. So what is he like? What do you mean he's like? How is he in bed? Oh, girl, he's whatever she said. And when I confronted, I said, "What did you say now? Because now you're about to lie on my dick." Like, what did you say? "I said you were good. I said you met my needs. That's it." All right, no chaser. What's good? You in the building? No chase, guys. If you confront a woman who said that she was talking to her friends, and she said, "I said that you were good, that you met my needs," on a scale of 1 to 5, what is your believability in that? I don't even want the women to answer. We're gonna get to the women later. Guys, scale of 1 to 5. That means 3 is in the middle. What is your 0? Okay, no chaser says 0. Baby girl, don't say nothing. I need the guys to let me know that she actually said, like, what she said. "I said that you're good and you meet my needs." That that's true. Because keep in mind, I'm getting dragged into a scenario that has nothing to do with me. I'm like, the fuck? No chaser says 0. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think 0. I didn't think 0 at all. First of all, I'm just not gonna have you lie on me like that. I'm not gonna have you lie on me like that. All right, ladies, same question. Scale of 1 to 5. When she turns around and she tells me that I told my coworkers, I told the girls that you were good, you were adequate, that you met my needs. Scale of 1 to 5. How many of you believe that was the truth? How many of y'all believe that was the truth? Baby girl said 2. So how many of y'all believe that? That when she told me that, she was telling the truth. Baby girl gave me her low ranking. She said 2. Gave her a low ranking. Said 2. What happened, Peace? You said what? We can always think that something is 2.5. Damn. I feel like this is the Price is Right. She hit me with the 2.5. 0. Damn. Oh my goodness. 0? Okay. I mean, not that she would have known. That's weird. We all have. Anyone who has siblings have experienced this. I'm just letting you know. Everybody who's experienced siblings have experienced this. So you say, have you ever dealt with family paying more attention to others? For example, if your siblings, the family paying more attention to others. I'm the first one to say, there's no such thing as there's not being a favorite child. Like, just because people don't want to say it doesn't mean it's not a thing. So yeah, and we all know this. We don't even have to lie to each other. Any parent that says like, I love you equally is a liar and a ninja. I'm going to just say it. You don't have to say it. Not going to force you. We not going to tie you up to a chair or strap you to a polygraph or waterboard you or get the battery generator. Get the battery generator to like do some torture to get the answer out of you. Is it me or her? You better say it's me. You better say it's me. We don't have to do all that, but we know that there is a favorite. We don't need to force it out of them. You better say it's me. I don't want you, like, I don't want y'all, like, I don't want you asking your dad or your mom, like, so which one's the favorite? Like, you shadow boxing, like, which one's the favorite, right? Yeah. No, I just always shadow box. Like, I just want to know, like, so is it her? Is it me? Is it Johnny? You know, like, is it Timmy? Like, you know. No, I just do this all the time. You know, I don't want. It doesn't matter. It really, like, I don't want you threatening your parents to put you at the top for your own, like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The fuck? That's the entire point that we're getting to, by the way. Is intention or recognition the goal? That's exactly what we're going to. But for some reason, people got really stuck on death for a reason, and I don't even know how that really took place. There was a question if anyone can actually remember what it was, because I have it marked down here, in case you needed to know. Like, I did ask everybody a question. Anybody remember what the question was? Anybody? I know I asked you guys a series of questions, but I wanted to know if anyone remembers what I asked them before I really needed to address this idea of why death was just being so harped upon in the chat. No, I know you wasn't there earlier, but even from the title, why do people need attention? We were covering literally all of that. Like, even when people start talking about and rambling and going off about death, is it for attention? Because for the majority of us in here, we are a small building community, but we're also not saying that we all know each other. So that means, in some semblance of the entire thing, we're strangers. So what's the point of even explaining that or putting that out there if you're not either garnering sympathy or whatever? Because here's the truth of the matter. No one asked. And I know it sounds nasty for me to say that because people have this weird thing where they're like, don't talk ill of the dead. And if you've been watching me long enough, you know, if I did not like you while you were alive, I'm not going to sit there and give you grace because you're dead. That's just me. I'm going to just keep it a buck of how. This is why I say, like, and y'all have heard me say it on streams. If I did not like you, do me a favor. Don't ask me to speak at your fucking funeral. This is not a disrespecting. This is me letting you know ahead of time. If I really didn't like you, the same way, like, if I passed, you say how you feel about me. If I actually invited you to my funeral, or rather, not me, my family, which I wouldn't understand why my family would invite you because this is the internet and they don't know who the fuck you are. I think my family would look at anyone weird that just showed up and say, "Hey, I'm here for for a wrestler's funeral. I know you don't know me, but I am so and so off the internet, and it took me a while to figure out what his name was and where the funeral was gonna take place and when was it gonna take place. And now that I figured it all out because I was sitting here being fucking Columbo, and now that I figured, I just wanted to come here and I wrote a whole little thing that I wanted to say for the community. I'm hoping that my family, my siblings are gonna say, get this nigga out of here. Get him out. Get him out of here. Get gone. Get him gone. Hell no. Get him gone. You are not to be trusted. That's how I envision it. Not to say it would happen that way, but that's the way I envision it. If one of my siblings had passed, or my parents had passed, and some random guy, if my parents had passed and some random guy's like, like I knew them, and they never really talked about me, but I can feel the hint of desperation and just some weirdness from you. I'm just like, I hear you. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna reach out to my siblings. We need to get rid of this nigga. He a little too weird. He too weird. I'm not trying to have no bullshit happen. He too weird. He gotta go. He gotta go. Can't be here. Respect the fact that you showed up. Thank you for all the. But this is a really tight knit gathering. We can't have you here. We didn't know about you, so you're not tight knit enough to be here. We need you gone. I need you to leave this building expeditiously. Like yesterday, I need you gone. Like, I need you gone. So the question I was asking you guys, right, was, have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling like somebody heard everything that you had to say and they still missed the entire point? I believe that's what the last question I was asking you guys before you guys got carried away with the Grim Reaper for some reason. It was really weird. But I feel like I needed to call that out. Anyone? Okay. Well, you say we all do. I need everybody to answer for themselves. I don't need you to answer for everybody. I need everybody to answer for themselves. Like, because there's gonna be somebody, even if they want to be the contrarian, that's gonna say, "Not me, wrestler. Not me. All these motherfuckers is weak. I never had to worry about everybody listen to me. I'm the GOAT. Everybody listen to me. Everybody's words is golden. Like, yeah. No, there's no one who disagrees. No one ever walks away from me. No one walks away from me." Like, there's someone's gonna be that fucking idiot. So that's why I said, don't speak for everybody, because someone's going to do it. Who the fuck this motherfucker think he going to tell? Yes, we all have. Who the fuck is he? Now I'm going to say, I never have. Like, so just be careful. Like, like someone's going to do it. Someone's going to do it. So I'm like, this is why I say, everybody, this is a reflective conversation. This is a reflective question. You can only really answer for yourself. But like I said, like, everybody, if you have not already, everybody is going to experience death of someone that they know. Someone. A dog, any other pet, a family member, a friend, an acquaintance. Like, come on. You're late. I've already explained how I feel about it. I've eaten to the point where I have to literally say multiple times, if you feel offended about it, you feel offended about it. But that's how I feel. Like, Death is a normal part of life. But I also explain this very importantly, and even the winch was here and everybody else is hear me to say it. Like, I think more people are too busy worried about death that they spend very little time dealing with life. Like, too many of y'all are so focused on death that you do not worry about life. You said you were talking to a friend. What the fuck? What happened here? Oh, you said you was talking to a friend, and at the end they were asking you, "What's the point?" I was thinking, if you actually paid attention, and I said it earlier, it's because they're not here. They're not here for what you're asking. They're not here for the message. They're not here for. They're here to respond. They're here to listen to the words. The singular word is going to get them triggered. They're waiting for a rebuttal. They're waiting for their turn to finally let go and give out carbon to the world. They're tired of holding their breath, holding in the oxygen, listening to you so that they can finally speak. And these are the people that just honestly, they're not there for growth. They can't even listen to someone else and actually learn. They just gotta feel. It's weird that you have people that just feel like they can give wisdom, but they can't listen to wisdom. They can't learn from the things that other people are giving, even if the other person is not even giving out wisdom. They just feel like it's my job to speak and everybody else's job to listen. And I'm just like, who the fuck are you? Who are you? Who the fuck made you think that you're God's greatest gift? Who said that? You're going to live and you're going to breathe and you're going to do everything that everybody else is doing, and eventually you will pass, just like everybody else. You're him. Well, I mean, if you feel that way, let me show you how much. Let me show you how much you are him. Nobody's special. You will all pass. We will all pass. Nobody's great. Like, you're bugging. You're bugging. And really, anyone who really has that kind of mindset is literally an insecure mind. Well, the reason I was almost going to explain myself. We don't do that. Like, you want to troll and do you try to be funny if you want to, but like, that's not what we do. And by the way, I'll even give you an opportunity, but we don't do that. Like, we're here about the conversation. We're not about us. If you want to make it about you, do your own thing. Honestly, like, you start your own channel, you could do your own thing. I think I just dropped a whole short even earlier today about it. I don't know. I have my stuff scheduled, but like this is not what we do. We don't take the situation. We don't take the situation, the conversation, or the eyes off of the rest of the group. It's not about you. It's about the conversation. And you weren't kicked. You were timed out. Like, because if you're him, show me the kind of control that you got. You don't got no control. If you're him, show me the control that you got. Because the first control you have to get over, especially on my channel, is the control that you have over me. You're gonna have to show the control that you have over me. I think so. By the way, which is the entire premise of what I said, even on my particular stream, about the attention economy. People want to make it about them. They never pay attention to the actual conversation. They never know what's going on. They can't read the room. They can't see the other people. They flood what? The chat, drowning everybody else out because they only want to see their fucking name. We talk about narratives, talking points, patterns, and behaviors. Tell me if this is not indicative of things that we see on a regular basis. If you're him, show me how you have control over me then. If you're him, show him. Because if not, best that you probably walk. And you can talk about whatever you want even after that. You can drop a whole stream or whatever. I'm like, you should probably watch that short or whatever, or watch videos or whatever, or watch my entire shit. Like, I don't do that shit. Like, I know you guys like the grift and you're trying to find the next thing that would stop it. Honestly, life is too short to be sitting here and playing too many games like this. Yeah, I'll just keep it up. I'll just keep it in the buck. Stay on topic. Yeah, stay on topic. You won't have to. I mean, here's my thing. If it's all jokes, here's my thing. If it's all jokes, right? Be funny. It's not really a joke if you're the only one laughing. And that's the thing. Be mindful of other people. It's not about you. Be mindful of all the other people too. Because it's not just you in the room. Everybody else is in the room as well. It's just that real simple. It's real simple. Because I didn't see anybody else laugh. I didn't see no laws. I didn't see nothing else going on. So didn't really stick the landing. You know what I mean? Like, like that's just what it is. Some people just need to take their shit to an open mic. That's all. That's all. Let me go back and repeat myself, because apparently people didn't follow suit. No chaser. Mama, you might want to let him know. Because I made it very simple. Have you ever walked into have you been in a conversation where you felt like somebody pretty much heard what you had to say and missed the entire point? Now, I believe Ruck said that he did. I believe a lot of us believe that we have. I know I have, in real life and online. Or at least you're going to be honest enough to say that this is you. Now, ask yourself, what happened that led to that? Like, what exactly happened that led to that kind of behavior taking place from them? It's most definitely online too. That's a fact. That is a fact. All right. What did we talk about today, folks? The attention. We're talking about why do people need attention, right? Not difficult at all. Like, it takes you more time to do this than it takes me to do things, and we'll just do things across the board. I don't know why they think. Listen, thought I told you that we won't stop. I thought I told you that we won't stop, right? I don't know why they think they're doing anything special. So I understand when you guys are sitting there saying, "Oh, most of us, especially with people who've done online," because they think Bro, don't even worry about it because they think they're stopping us. They just don't know what I'm like as a content creator, so they don't know I think about this conversation. I've had conversation with myself about it. I wrote down points to make sure that I'm on it. Like they think they can stall us. They can't stall us. And by the way, any stall only adds more watch time. And we already said this before. If we have haters out here, it only means that we're doing the right thing. So appreciate you, Ruck. They can't follow the message because they're too busy tripping over their own dicks. You know what I mean? It's sad. It's sad. Can't help people from tripping over their own dicks. So somebody can hear you, right? And then they repeat your words to you. They can quote you. And they still won't really understand anything that you've actually communicated. That's the sad part. That is why I don't think that understanding is automatic. The same way how we can see that even here in chats. I think understanding requires effort. Attention doesn't require effort, as we obviously saw, right? Attention doesn't require effort, but understanding does. We see it in real time. In real time. So when I tell you, like, I'm doing what I'm doing, like, we can see obvious examples of it. Attention can happen accidentally. Understanding usually doesn't. Now, here's where this is gonna get a little bit uncomfortable for people, and I need you guys to really tap in, right? Because it's easy to talk about other people. It's easy to point out the obvious attention seekers. Obvious. The person who makes everything about themselves. It's easy to see that. The person who has to involve themselves in every discussion. They don't know when to shut the fuck up or sit the fuck down. The person who can't let the room exist without entering into it. Sounds familiar? Think about all your characters, right? Those people are easy to spot because they think they're unique, but their actions are a dime a dozen. A dime a dozen. They're cheap. Cheap. The harder question is, what does attention seeking look like when it's us? So I want you to really think about this. Because only you can really answer that for yourself. What does attention seeking look like when it is us? I think that's where a lot of people, I think not a lot of people, I think this is where it gets tricky. It's easy for us to spot attention seekers from other people. When they're doing the most, they're doing too much. It's easy to see that. But when does it become tricky? When does attention seeking look, what does attention seeker look like when it comes to us? Because we do it as well. But I don't think that we always know that we're doing it. I want you to sit there and think about it for yourselves. You don't need to answer it, to be honest with you. It'd be nice if you can remember an instance, but you don't need to answer it. I just want you to sit there and reflect, especially for those who are in the chats, those who have been on panels. Just, damn, when have I been doing shit for attention seeking? What does it look like when I am attention seeking? What does it look like when I'm attention seeking? Do I even know that I'm doing it? What are my usual behaviors and habits when I am trying to seek attention? I think this is where it gets tricky to do self-reflection. You said, Joe Rogan said they imagine the film crew following you. Yeah, I believe. And I saw this on I think one of those motivational videos. But I think he added to that. I think he was talking about like imagine yourself being the loser in your life, and now you finally picked yourself up to being the person that people want to follow or acknowledge or whatever. Which I followed. I thought was really good that Joe Rogan said himself. But I agree. Imagine if there was a film crew following your life. Now, here's the thing about that particular quote statement that Joe Rogan said. Right. This is the problem between people who want understanding in their lives and people who want followings. Because it's easy to get attention. It is hard to actually be understood. And this is why the very first question that I asked people was like, what would you rather have? 10 people who understood you or tens of thousands of people who just saw you? I know many people will turn around and say they want the 10 people, but I believe the majority of people are going to pick the tens of thousands. Even if these tens of thousands are going to misunderstand them, they're going to mislabel them, they're going to say nasty things about them, they're going to give them death threats, they're going to call them all kind of things that they never said that they were, they're going to say things that they never said that they did, all different stuff. All for the sake of attention. Because most attention seeking does not look like somebody screaming from the mountaintop, if you ask me, even though there are people who do that. Sometimes it looks like consistently needing validation. I need you to like me. I need you to see me. I need you to give me something that the rest of the world is not giving me. Sometimes it looks like needing everybody to agree. Sometimes it looks like, oh shit, what's good? A book of RLM. What's good, RLM? Oh, that's so crazy. People were telling me, let me pause for a moment. RLM, I appreciate you actually being here. I've never really seen your content, but people are telling me that I should take a look at your stuff. So no disrespect or anything. But I've heard of your name, especially from the ladies, but I've never seen your stuff. But I've seen your face or your avatar. I don't know. I don't know. But somebody told me that I should check out your channel, but I haven't really seen it yet. So no disrespect. I appreciate the sub. I am gonna have to take a look at your channel because somebody recently, like literally 2 days ago, they said I should take a look at your stuff. But I thank you for the sub. What was I saying? Oh, of course, attention. Sometimes people look like they're getting upset, but the truth of the matter is that nobody's actually reacting to them. And for a lot of people, sometimes it looks like some form of recognition for the good things that you do, but they're not really too sure. Sometimes it looks like a person that is needing to be the smartest person in the room, and that's the one that I run across the most, especially when it comes across my platform. I run across so many people, mainly men, who want to be the smartest person in the room about an ever-evolving topic. But when you ask them for their advice, when you ask them for their perspective, they are so quick to tell you all the talking points and all the narratives. But when you ask them for their particular perspective, they don't really have one. They just all parrot the same shit. And this is why I say we need to have so many more conversations about authenticity. Oh, I see it. Como's in the in the building too. Yes. Would you rather have 10 followers who really understand you, or would you rather have 10,000 followers, if you want to put it that way, who don't know anything about you and just will say anything? Like, which would you rather have? To me, I'd rather have understanding. My role, even though people get it wrong consistently, my role is not to prescribe what you should be doing in your life. And people try their best to keep saying, Wrestler keeps saying what you should be doing. And I'm like, tell me that. Tell me that if you don't get this right, you're a fucking loser. If you don't get this right, you don't do if you don't get tell me where I do that. The majority, the bulk of my content, and I said the bulk because I can be silly, I can say shit. I've had back and forth with people. I've had good conversations. I've had bad conversations. I am a human being. I don't know why you guys, and I tell you guys, don't try to put me on a pedestal. Don't think that because I'm a content creator that I can't get down in the mud and get dirty with you. Like, don't think a lot of different stuff. But this idea that if you are a content creator, then you need to be above. You need to be regal like. And I'm like, fuck you. Like, who told you that? If I don't think that you're a person that's worthy of being in this room because you're not good for the content, I will kick you out. Hisma, what's going on? Damn, I ain't see you in a while. What's going on? Like, I will drop you like a bad habit in a New York minute. Trust me, I know. Like, what makes you think that I need to endure you, that I need to survive you, that I need to suffer you? Not only do I not need to suffer you, but also my community doesn't need to suffer you. The audience does not need to suffer you. You can keep your bad habits and you can go sit in the corner. I don't know who's going to cover you, who's going to care for you, who's going to make sure that you're fed and everything, but it won't be me. Like, I don't know where you get this idea that people have to see you. People have to acknowledge you. People have to keep you around. There are trillions of people on this planet. Like, it's the idea that you think that you alone means so much. If you can't learn, if you can't grow, if you can't do self-reflection, goodbye. You're just not needed. What I will just ask of you until you're able to figure out something for yourself, because that's really important. Maybe you just haven't figured out yet. But until you figure out something for yourself, do not fuck it up for everybody else. That's all I ask. But so many of you guys want to fuck the road up for everybody else. You want to point signs over this way. You want to sweep the ground so there's no other previous tracks. You want to do so much other shit to throw everybody else off the path. You are literally the equivalent of people who want to burn the bridges after actually crossing it. That's you. When the bridge was already perilous to cross in the first place. The bridge wasn't straight and narrow. The bridge has holes in it. The bridge has all this shit going on. The roads are already fucking treacherous. Walking through the forest has plenty of predators in it. And you want to lead people into all the perilous areas. Do us all a favor, get kicked by a horse and die. Just keeping it a buck. Just go. The idea that you believe, that you have it in your mind, that you're needed, that you are necessary, is the fallacy in itself. Another question for you guys, right? What is the difference? What is the difference between healthy attention and unhealthy attention? Let me ask you guys this. Appreciate you all the guys who started walking in here. Again, appreciate you, RLM. I really got to check out your stuff. This is like, now I'm actually seeing you, but I know like I got mentioned to you like 2 days ago. Like, what exactly is that though? What's the difference between a healthy and an unhealthy attention? I see more unhealthy, personally speaking. I see more unhealthy interactions online than I do healthy. So tell me, what's the difference that you see? Again, your thought process, your position, your mindset. Okay, so what you turn around and said, we tell people that they have the right to their opinion, but we forget to tell people that, this is a good one. I like this. And I think there's a lot of truth that a lot of people don't want to look at. We do forget to tell to tell them that it comes with responsibility. A lot of people just want to be able to have their opinions, but not actually have the responsibilities that come with it. So I do agree with that with you. Thank you for that. I do believe that though. A lot of people do that, and they do not want to turn around and have responsibility. It's like the weird shit that I see online, where people turn around and say things like, "Oh, I need my free speech online," and I go, "You're entitled to your free speech, right? Just not on YouTube. YouTube never guaranteed you free speech. It never did. We've seen a plethora of people who are constantly rewording their speech, rephrasing the entire English language, just to avoid, let's just be honest, at the end of the day, advertisers. Advertisers. And not their advertisers, not their sponsors, just overall the platform. But if you go into terms and conditions, you don't see anything that says like there are prohibited words that couldn't be used or whatever. And then even when you look at like live streams to videos, to news platforms, to commentators, to reactors, to live streamers, to video, to shorts, the rules seem to move around constantly. But the thought process, the voodoo that people put in their mind of what is taboo and what is not taboo is very different according to whatever space that you're in, right? It's so interesting on a behavioral level when you're looking at it in the macro, when you're looking at it, pushing it away. How many people will, out of protection and necessity, will co-opt and fall into a rule that was never stated to be a rule, while others who have been saying the same thing that's already been there, that's never been a rule, will say it, and there's no penalization. And at the same time, the people who say like you can't say these particular words or particular phrases or particular things because you will get shadow banned or not get your sponsorships or blah 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 blah, will turn around and say you can't do that. So we gotta go into baby speech. We need to reinvent words or reinvent phrases and everything else like that to be able to get it done. And we gotta find, by the way, we have to find another way now to make it engaging, which means I need to find a whole new way to hold your attention. While the people that are already still doing it and never really had to worry about any penalization or anything like that, I wonder, is it because these people who can both say the same thing are somehow different? Or is it because the communities held between these two different spaces? Do their communities treat them differently due to the nature, the authenticity, and the characteristics that are brought towards them? It's a question. So when I think of news segments, not necessarily news channels like Fox 5 or shit like that, when I think about commentators who look at news and shit like that, like, and they say things like the words that you don't want to be said. I can't go through it because there's too many and you guys make up too many fucking words along the lines later. Are they wrong for saying the raw actual word, or is it in the context in which they're saying it? And you guys can't say the words because you're constantly taking those same words and you're putting it outside the context of what they're actually supposed to be at. Or worse, you are using it within the context that it needs to be in, but your community are the ones that are bombastic. They are the ones that do too much. They are the ones that do things that, quote, are in your honor that you never actually agreed to. Just a question. Just something to think about. I am so interested and intrigued, and at the same time, I find it so disheartening to see how we've devolved in communication, how we've devolved as a species, how we devolved, and how we have given shape to something that was never asked for. Because if I look at the terms and conditions of YouTube, you know what they're not going to give me? A list of do not use words. But I see so many creators turn around and say, you can't use these things. And yet I see so many platforms that I do watch and I am subscribed to that says you can use these things. So either you can't use it or you can use it. Because when I look at the term and conditions, but let's just go a little bit further beyond that. Because there are things within the terms and conditions, right, that also says that there are things that you should not be doing as just a human rights or protective kind of thing to go through, right? Like harassment and doxing and threatening, whether the platform, or whether the person, the channel, or their family. But we see that all the time as well, don't we? Where is the outrage? Where is this being egregious? Where people are now getting their platform stripping from them because, quite frankly, it's documented. They put it online. It's been clipped. It's been farmed. It's been saved. It's been ready to be reported. And then, how many channels that literally had nothing to do with anything, never said anything, never did anything, get reported? I think we're going to need at some point a page rewrite on what we consider to be due diligence, because I think it's become lazy from a humanistic perspective, but also a analytic perspective, because I think we do too much letting automated systems doing the thing that we should be doing when context is everything that matters. And as far as we can tell you, analytical programs do not do very well when it comes to context. My personal opinion. Attention. Okay, you know what? I can follow that. I can follow that, because I think even when I look at a lot of the programs, they're so really focused on the hearing and the saying, but they don't care about what happens with the eyes. Because I think it's so weird that we're sitting here worried about what people say and what people hear, but we will promote sexual acts all over fucking the internet. Like, this is not a YouTube thing. This is all over the internet. It's okay to see half-naked women or half-naked men or whatever, and we say that that's not really a problem, even though we have an over-sexualized society that is giving way too much problems for a lot of people globally, with the birth rates and blah blah blah. Whenever else, I'm not even gonna get into all that. But the idea that the things that are being said, even though they won't give you actual pamphlets, rules, checklists of things that you can't do or things can't say, but people are being censored because of it. And the sad part, like, it's like we're not giving you rules, but if we tamper down enough people, it'll spread like wildfire, and they will censor themselves. And not for nothing, it's working. We're stopping adults from speaking like adults on a platform that turns around and says, we don't do free speech, but at the same time, we don't compel speech either. And we are very much beholden to our advertisers. I don't have a problem with any of that. No problem with any of that. But if you're going to if you're going to hold back people for speech, at least let people make the choice as to what speech should be refrained upon so that they can make a decision. That's all I ask. Don't penalize someone in the dark. Let them know what's wrong. And don't be vague with all these weird terminologies and what's good, Stackbot, what's good, Leopard. Don't be really weird about it. Let people know so that they can do whatever. But also, as creators, as people in the chats or whatever, don't be confused in thinking that you have autonomy to do whatever you want. Because the very people that you may be watching that you want to do well, you could be the very thing that's hindering them as well. Just something to think about. It's not about what just happens on camera on a platform. It also happens what happens in their chat. It also happens what's going on in their comment section. That means it's not just strictly a host thing, it's also a viewer thing. This is why it's called the community. It's not just called the channel. But, where there's a lack of accountability, there is a lack of accountability. So, what are you doing to actually safeguard or to protect or grow the people that you say that you want to look at, acknowledge, and have people grow on the most? It's just a question for thought. Food for thought. Not telling you to do anything otherwise, even though I get accused of that, even though I have to keep saying these things all the time. Because here's the truth of the matter. I get more people that will want to watch than those who want to interact, which is funny because the people who tend to interact tend to really tend to, depending on who they are, have something to really say. Although with people that just they're not really saying anything. Most people spend more time talking about people than actually talking about ideals. Can we just keep that a buck as well? Can we just keep that a buck as well? Got Locksmith in the building. He's late. He on Ninja Time, but you know what? We allow that here. Oh, Pedal's in the building as well. What's going on, my guy? Appreciate you showing up. You said to the question, I'd rather be understood by one person. Listen, I don't even know what to say. That's good. I've been saying that this entire time. Look, that's all I've been saying. Over time, you will find your flock. It is better than you thinking that you're going to meet tens of thousands of people and think that you're going to convert them through force to be your people. That's not the way it works. You're going to have to build your people one person at a time. We are in agreement. And a lot of people don't look at it that way, right? So for me, I think the line is whether attention is serving our lives, right? Serving our lives, or is it controlling our decisions? And I think that is a difference that a lot of people don't want to take a look at. If you enjoy attention, that is one thing. Because you're going to make a lot of decisions just based on attention. You will do a lot of dumb shit just based on attention. And some of you may not even mind, because having eyes on you is better than being looked at as invisible, right? If you need attention before you can feel okay, that's something you're going to have to deal with. If I enjoy recognition, that's also something that should be considered to be normal. If my mood depends on recognition, now we've got a different conversation that needs to be had. And if this is where I start thinking about online spaces, not creators, not influencers, people, regular people. Because I've noticed something. The second attention becomes available, some people become different versions of who they claim that they want to be. They become louder, they become more dramatic, they become more confrontational, they become more performative. Not because that they're wrong or evil people or bad people or anything like that, but because attention changes their incentives. And the more attention becomes available, the harder it becomes to know whether whether somebody is speaking because they believe something, or whether they believe something, or because speaking being very vocal, speaking out loud is rewarding. Now that I'm thinking about that, question for you guys. Have you ever caught yourself performing, especially you guys who get on panels? Come on now, come on. Especially you guys who get on panels. Have you found yourselves performing? Let me be very specific. Performing, not acting, performing. Not you playing a role. You just all of a sudden need to be a little bit extra than what you normally would be. You don't have a role to play, just you feel like you need to do a little bit more. Saying something because you knew how it would be received. Be honest. Ruck is honest. He's saying, "Hey, I'm guilty. I'm guilty of it." You said you're more measured. Okay. Some people are. Some people are. I also want to say this. I know I have. You said in debates. Happy you said that. I think the majority of people have in debates. But I also believe, Witchy, it's because most people don't know the difference between arguments and a debate. You said, do I do performance? Of course of course. Yeah, I have. And I think for the most part, everybody has. The difference is whether you notice it. And I think that's the part I'm really leaning toward. Did you notice it? Do you know what you're doing, or did you just fall into it because of the energy? Because sometimes we do things and we don't really pay attention as to when we're doing it. I think for someone like, say, like myself, or even for someone like Ruck, being able to channel yourself into the moment, into the character is one thing, right? But I think Ruck could probably agree to this as well, because he and I are also in a performance kind of background. I've been more technical, but I've been on plenty of stages and even helped people with recitals, performances, things like that, tech rehearsals, all that stuff. When you have eyes on you, sometimes the energy that you're giving is not based on what you're doing. You're feeding off the energy of the crowd. You're feeding off of the energy of the potential of the people that are watching you. I'm pretty sure if like Rug probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. Even you can be tired, but somehow the eyes on you will give you energy that you did not have. And I think like this is what I'm asking. Have you noticed the difference within yourself? Because if you have noticed it, then eventually performance becomes normal. Let me say that again. You said exactly. He and I, we get it. Like I guess me by circumstance, I'm also kind of like a theater kid. like that's crazy. Because I worked at performance halls for years. But then like I think then after a while, like because it becomes normal, after a while, you don't know where the performance stops and where you begin sometimes. Sometimes it's what it is. Like, and this is why I learned to stop really focusing very so intensely on being an introvert, and I start becoming a social extrovert. Most people just think I'm boom boom boom, I'm just me all the time. And I'm really an introvert, but I'm very much like very socially conditioned to like know how to do my thing when I'm in the real world, when I'm not by myself. Now, let me take this somewhere else. One of the things that has bothered me over the last few years is watching people become spectators in their own lives. Instead of asking, what do I think? I think a lot of people who do a lot of spectating ask themselves, what side am I on? Especially you guys who love to watch debates all day and all night. A lot of times, I don't think you guys really ask yourselves, what is your perspective? You just ask yourself, based on the people that you're watching, what side am I on? Instead of asking, do I agree with this? It's more along the lines of, like, who was it that said what? It becomes less about the conversation and more about the characters. Well, here's my thing. Mars live stream. If I'm here all day, every day, you're going to have to prove that, because anyone looking at my profile will tell you otherwise. Here's the funny part. Like, did you see what they said? I want everybody else to read this. Let everybody else read this, and for those who know, read this and tell me what you agree on. You don't need to protect me or anything like that. Just read this and tell me which part of what I give is this. Turning from my safe space. Isolated from real people. I literally deal with people every day, all day. This is not my job. Every day, all day. My literal profession is about dealing with people. You know, and here's the first thing that you said that you should have said first before you made that statement. Because this is the one thing that we can agree on that's true. You don't know me, which is fine. I love that. Can you, because since you want to make this about you, Mars, tell me where I have spoken in generalities. I don't think you're really listening. And we talked about active and passive listening. I need you to speak as to where I have mentioned generalities. Are you actively or passively listening? Because if I say things like some people, is that general? If there are people, is that general? Just some food for thought. Are you catching up? I know you probably want your little 5 minutes of fame. We already mentioned this, by the way, about people seeking attention. People who do particular things and spam all over the chats and do all kind of. We mentioned this already. You weren't here for it. So now people who were here very early in the stream are seeing patterns of behavior. Oh, I love this one, folks. I love this one. All I hear you say is you offer, or what? You offend by what? Other people on. Really? I'm offended? Anybody else want to correct them? I don't feel the need to. Anyone else? Because they're doing what we were talked about. They're seeking attention. They're spamming the chat. They're trying to take away from everybody else. We mentioned this earlier. Quest for victim status. We listen, we got your number. Aw. Wasn't even me. Damn, that's crazy. Got your number. We called this behavior out. You literally fell into the trap of the entire stream. It's not my fault, by the way. It's not my fault that you didn't pay attention because you didn't want to think about the stream and what the stream was encompassing. You literally fell into the entire premise of the stream. Not just this stream, even my previous stream. This is a continuation from my previous stream. You literally fell in it. So do us a favor, people. Give a nice little salute. Because Mars is gone. He returned to the planet. He went to the live stream. Mars live stream literally did that. He returned to the planet. He did not pay attention to the mission. He didn't understand the mission. He literally, like, come on. That is what is crazy. I love when people believe that. Here's my thing. It takes me less effort than it does for you to keep continuing. The moment you realize that it takes me less effort, you can bring off. By the way, just so people can understand, I've literally banned a single man, one single person, over 16 fucking accounts. You really believe you're going to be able to outlast me? And I did it in the span of less than fucking 72 hours. Do you really believe you're going to be able to really outperform me? I just want 16 accounts in the span of 72 hours. I just want you to sit there and think about that. You really think you're going to have anything that's going to have a huge influence on me or the community? I know people believe that just being a dickhead is the standard role for being a troll, but it really doesn't get you anywhere, because the seminars that you went to, the classes that you took, they're already well known. They're already known. There's nothing special about them. They're already known. And again, what was the premise, folks? Attention seeking. Oh, what's the one thing that we have to do to just eliminate attention seekers? We can have a whole conversation about it, but we don't have to acknowledge them, and they can just keep getting into the shadow realm. Because literally, I just had a whole little thing where I talked about I am doing nothing but collecting names, just collecting accounts. I'm just collecting accounts. They're just floating in the just new one in the shadow realm. Just new one in the shadow realm. I mean, how many times are you going to keep making accounts that's just going to go away? If at some point you're going to be like, okay, if I just keep this up, I'm going to get tired of making accounts. I'm going to get tired of going down my Google list of all my accounts, because I'm almost out of them. Like, I'm almost out of them. I should probably not do it, because I'm almost out of my accounts. At least for his channel, I'm almost out of my accounts. So if I really do want to be on his account, like, I might have to just stop. Do yourself a favor before you come up with your new account. You should probably go take a look at my content. You should probably have a look at my content and not just stream and think that you're going to make something off the stream. Because not only can I just block you, but I have the powers to edit my stream to make it seem like you never even existed. You know what I mean? Like, just something you don't think about. But I appreciate those who are actually here, who actually do contribute, listen, and be a part of the actual conversation. I most humbly appreciate you guys for that. Like, it is crazy that people think that they are more important than the content, than the stream itself. It is so interesting that people think that they are somebody. Like, and I say this all the time, just start your own channel then. If you are really that good, start your own channel. And try starting your channel on your own shit. Don't start a channel talking shit about other people. Try actually building your own stuff. Don't sit there and react off of other people's shit. Don't sit there and record other people's shit. Find your own lane. Find your own stream. Find your own content. I dare you. I dare you. There are those who do. There are those who have commentary, and there are those who simply react. Which one are you? Which one are you? He didn't get the message, so he'll get it on the replay. Don't worry about it. What do you mean? Did I? I don't think I did. Nope. Oh, shit, I did. You're right. Oh, shit, you're right. Thanks for letting me know, Jeremy. That's my bad. My bad. You're right. I didn't even catch that. I don't know how that happened. Oh, he was right above him. My bad. You're right. Ruck should be back now. You're right. Ruck should be back now. My bad, Ruck. My bad, Ruck. You got it. I didn't even see it. Yeah, I didn't even see it. He was like literally above him. I didn't see it. I wonder why that happened. Oh, maybe because it was new first words in. You're right. Maybe that happened. But yeah, I didn't mean that. So yeah, Ruck's good now. He's literally good now. Like my program instantly boosts me in. So let Ruck know he's good. If you see Ruck or you talk to Ruck, he's good. In fact, I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna hit him with the 30, so that brings us back in. But yeah, it's crazy. Like people just believe that they're just gonna set you off your track. Now, let me go back because I want to make sure that I was doing this. When it comes to these people, right? I just want you to ask yourself, whose side are you on? Are you thinking about the topic or are you thinking about the characters? Because I think for a lot of people, especially for you guys who want to be in this debate sphere, right? Whatever fucking space that you think you want to be in, right? If you care more about what's coming out the person's mouth than the actual topic itself, you should ask yourself something. Are you paying attention to the actual topic for your own sense of reflection or your own point of view, or are you only listening to the people because you're only hoping for insults? I agree, Witchy, you said it. We know this. Some people are professional trolls. Well, let me just take that back. Because we should not give them that much grace. That's not true. Because I've said this before. I have had trolls, Witchy. I have had trolls that made me fall out my fucking chair laughing. I have had trolls that made me like almost die laughing. Even when the shit trolls who had intel on me. Like, I don't even know if they talked to my own mods. Like, they had intel, they dropped shit, they were saying shit, and I would laugh because not only was the shit hilarious, but it was true. I couldn't argue them. I just laughed because it was true, but it was also humorous. The idea of people thinking, well, I'm going to be great because I'm going to be a dick. You're not special. There's nothing special. Like, did you go to the same seminar that everybody else went to for trolls? Like, is there like a troll? Like, is there like an associate's degree troll school type shit? Like, no one cares. Like, the shit that you say didn't mean anything. Like, nothing. Zip. Zero. Zilch. Zippity doodah. It really does take effort and creativity to be a good troll. Being an asshole doesn't make you a troll. It just makes you an asshole with an account. Like, it's just, again, with no effort, with zero effort. Like, I didn't sprain a finger doing that. Like I didn't sprain a finger doing that. What's good, Crab? We're just letting the new people get tired. Like, the fuck? Like, come on. Here's what I'm gonna do, folks. So, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, right? And then I'm gonna finish things up, and then I think based on the conversation that we've already been having here right now, think about the premise of what I know. Some of you guys came in a little bit later, right? So this might be giving you a little bit of time to like do a quick catch up if you want to do that. But if not, if you're not too sure about the actual catch up itself, I do believe. Let me go check real quick because I do believe I did so. At least with the very limited information that I could provide you, because we've been on stream for a little bit, right? Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna make sure. All right, I did. So at least do yourself a favor. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. There are questions, at least pertaining to the stream itself. There are questions that I have in the description box. So now, on top of everything that I've already been asking you live on this stream, there are particular questions that I have here in the description box. And then when we come back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a live forum. I'm going to explain what it is. And then from there, I want to know what your thoughts are on the actual subject that we have at hand. If you're wasting your time talking about something that's not outside the forum, let you know you're just going to be out, and no one's really going to hear what the fuck you have to say in the first place, because it'll get clipped. Because I rewatch all my streams. All of my fucking streams. What's good, Court? Cousin Lawrence, appreciate you for actually being here in the building. And I will, for the most part, I'll be back with you guys. So sit tight, and we're going to move it on from there. All right? Later, y'all.
Yeah.
Nope. We heard this one. Let's go.
Everybody.
Yeah. 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 Life and laws, choice and cost. Somebody waking up. Same time, somebody somewhere realizing they gave too much. Yeah, that's how it go. And people swear they didn't know. Like the signs ain't been there the whole time. Just moving slow. Yeah. See, I don't watch people talk like they want peace. They manufacture confusion just to feel hard to reach. Seen pride where intelligence like the tailor disguise. Whole personality built around never being surprised. Seen people call it growth when it's really retreat. Call it healing when it's distance with a prettier speech. Call it standards when it's filled with better posture and tone. Whole life curated just to never feel fully known. I seen soft people play hard people collapse. Seen men call it logic while emotion leak through the cracks. Yeah, seen women call it intuition when control's in the room. Everybody want the truth until it start sounding like you. This ain't just talk, this pattern work, this pressure red. This what people do when they starving but don't know what they need. It's for the ones at the crossroads, dressed in self-respect, still using other people's eyes to decide what they reflect. And what is life? A bunch of versions fighting for air. A bunch of I'm fines piled up in a body that's barely there. A bunch of names, roles, labels, stories people protect. And most of what they call self is just what they ain't questioned yet.
Wrestler is life.
That quiet thought that don't leave when the room get loud.
Wrestler is life.
That feeling when the truth land and your pride sit down.
Wrestler is life.
A mirror with pressure, no filter, no soft disguise.
Wrestler is life.
What people avoid when they sweat is self-aware inside. I'm like watching somebody laugh through a life they don't respect. Like I'm just figuring it out when really they scared of what's next. I'm like every almost choice that still haunts you at 2 a.m. Like I could have been that version if you moved before it ended. I'm I'm like realizing too late that comfort got a body count. Like staying still so long you forget what the doubt's about. Yeah. I'm like potential with a shelf life. Windows closing in silence. Like indecisions dressed as peace while your future die from compliance. I'm like every friendship's built on access instead of care. Like people saying I got you as long as it's easy there. I'm like clout in a crisis, fake morals with good branding. Like kneeling to whoever's lit and calling it understanding. I'm like a man with a platform, still unsure who he is. Like a woman saying I'm here while choosing what to spite. I'm like the pause after somebody say that's just how I am. Knowing damn well that sentence usually means don't look too close at this. I'm like A showing up and not a fantasy thing. Like you realizing time ain't rude, it just don't pretend. I'm like every version of you that died from waiting too long. Every door you thought would stay open just because you thought they belong. And what is truth? Not comfort, not aesthetic, not vibe, not a quote you post at midnight just to feel more alive. Truth is what survives when the language gets stripped away. And most people ain't lost, they just been avoiding what they know to face. Rest what it's like. That quiet thought that don't leave when the room get loud. Rest what it's like. That feeling when the truth land and your pride sit down. Rest what it's like. A mirror with pressure, no filter, no soft disguise. Rest what it's like. What people avoid when they swear they self-aware inside.
All right, y'all. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're going to do something that is called a forum, an open forum. And oh, he said he just hates you. Don't even worry about it. I get people that come to my channel not because of anything I do. I get people that come to my channel just because of people that they hate all the time. And then you know what happens? They wind up staying. They wind up staying because they realize, oh my god, like I came over here for Witchy, but the carpet is really fucking good over here. Like, kudos to wrestling. Like the carpet is really good over here. Oh my, it's so soft. I get squishy in between the toes. So, like, yeah, don't worry about that. I get brand new haters that come in all the time, and then eventually they realize, damn, we really can't get to them. We really can't get to them. So it is what it is. Now, let me explain when I talk about an open forum. Because the first thing you guys, you hear open and you got your ears come up like it's dogs, like it's dog ears. You go, I'm not talking about open panel. I don't care to hear about all your opinions on shit that has nothing to do with the conversation. Don't care. I don't care about seeing your faces. I don't care. I don't care about seeing your avatars. I do not fucking care. I don't. All I care about is if you can engage with the conversation. Now, I know we get those who come up and they turn around and do things like, well, you know what? I'm going to pretend to say that I'm going to be a part of the conversation, and then I'm going to turn around and do some dumb shit, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to say, that's cool. Hopefully you have a channel so that you can clip all that shit. Because outside of that, if you serve no purpose, you won't make it on my platform. I edit all of my stuff. I don't care about rewatching. People need to see the chat. You're talking to the wrong one. I think you're so used to people who have other particular standards that you don't know where you're at. I don't care. My goals are far beyond the immediate. And because you don't know them, you can't possibly fathom what I'm looking at. You don't know the powers of the dark side. And therefore, you can only look at the pencil that's rolling in front of you. No, I appreciate that RLM sent you guys to me. I need to really, like... So, there was someone that told me about RLM a couple of nights ago. And I went to go look at one of her previous streams. And I was like, okay, this looks pretty decent. But I was very apprehensive. By the way, let me pull up your comments. And I was very apprehensive because I'm just not interested in the and I'm just gonna say this is gonna sound very it's gonna sound very harsh. I'm just not interested in panel nigga babble. Like, I just I don't care. Like, I'm not interested in a bunch of grown, mainly men, arguing over the same topics continuously. And I've had multiple streams about deadly panel niches and logical fallacies and everything. I've done a lot of that stuff on my channel, but I'm not very known for that because you know why? I don't bring forth drama. So because of that, a lot of people don't pay attention to me because I have vehemently said I am not part of that space because that space has nothing to do with my content. My space, it's not about characters, it's about the topic, it's about the conversation. It is not about who shows up, it is about what do they have to say that matters to the actual topic. So I do things differently, and a lot of people don't want to respect that, which is why I sit back in my little corner of YouTube in a space that wants me, but also won't respect me. But I'm okay with that because this is not how I make my living. And someone will catch on at some point, and they'll be like, you know what? Not what I thought, but damn, kind of doing his own thing. So with that being said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop a link. I always forget this, locksmith. I need to drop a link. I need to have a sound effect that sounds link because people be begging for that shit. They be begging. They be starving, foaming at the mouth for it. So I'm going to drop a link. Now, here's what's going to happen. Hopefully, during my little time on my little pee break, and yes, I did wash my hands. I got to say that all the time for you guys. I want to have a conversation with you guys about this idea of people needing attention online. I will have a conversation with you. It will be a one-on-one conversation. It will not be a long and lengthy conversation. So hopefully you'll have an idea of what you want to bring up, and then we can go to the next person. But the idea of bringing up a whole multitude of people who's going to argue and derail and switch the topic about I don't give a fuck about your politics. I don't give a fuck about your religion. I don't give a fuck about who wronged you in the 5th grade, and that's why your mama got divorced to your stepdad. And I don't give a shit. Stick to the actual topic, all right? Now, with that being said, link is in the chat. And make sure I go to the actual page itself, just so you guys can see. I will, because I did ask a question at the very beginning of the stream as well, so that you guys will see it in there, which was, would you rather be understood by 10 people or 10,000 people, and why? You can even start off with that one if you wanted to. But for the most part, you can bring forth a question so long as it's related to this particular topic. And what I'm going to do is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin this as well for a little bit to see where we go from there. If you guys are not actually interested in having that conversation, not for nothing, that works for me as well. We have been well over 2 hours, so I am willing to break with that. All right? So we'll go from there. Let's see what happens, because I know a lot of people are like, oh shit, wait a minute, we can't talk about anything outside the topic. Shit, man, fuck, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I thought I was gonna come up there and intellectually masturbate all fucking night. Not with me. Those days are not with me. Go find somewhere else you want to do that. And by the way, because I haven't really watched the platform like that, I don't know if this is something that you guys think that you do on RLM, which I don't even know if she really would respect something like that. But I know there's other creators that actually have no problem with that whatsoever. I'm just letting you know ahead of time, it's not what I do. So I should have made a timer. We will be so I could just put a timer on the board for it. But I will let this rock for a couple of minutes. We'll see what happens, and then say no more. So, Claudio, which I'm assuming is Kramer. Yeah, he beat me to it. Kramer. What's good, Kramer? What's going on?
Hello, how are you, Resta? How is your family?
Family is good. Time is good. Living life as always. How about you? How are yourself?
Uh, thank, thanks God. Thank you to God. Everyone is healthy here, so it couldn't be better. We are alive, we are healthy, and the rest is will be celebrated. But we are good. Thank you for asking.
So, I've asked a series of questions that has been throughout this stream, but I'm opening it up so that you want to ask me anything in regards to the topic that we're having today about attention. Is there anything you have to ask that we can possibly have a conversation on, and what would it be?
I was thinking, I was listening to you, and I was in the chat reading. Yeah, and I have a question for you, and I can say for myself also, because I was thinking, trying to remember when uh, did you uh, get attention sometimes if you had this episode that you get attention and you regret it, like I I didn't I did this and I was expecting a different kind of attention, and I regret it because it triggers something that I didn't want to hear or see or read or something like that.
It's a decent question. It's a decent question, and it has some aspects of it, so I can't really remember everything of it. Now, was it something that I really wish I didn't ask or hear or whatever? The answer is no. Um, as a person who's out here putting himself out here in the world, you have to be willing to hear things that you don't necessarily like to hear about yourself. The question is if the things that you're hearing about, whether it's about you or about somebody else, is actually true. The part of the question I want to answer is, did I ever hear things like if I go live or did it do whatever? There were things that I didn't like that I heard or difficulties going through things? And I would say yes. And I think the majority of that, and I think you see some of it, that content was during season two. There were lots of characters, to put it that way, lots of characters who showed up during that time, and I was not ready for the performance of people. I was not ready for the strategies and the plots that were in people's heads for what they wanted to do. And also, to be more accurate with that, I didn't know what was the plans and plots that they had for me. I had no clue whatsoever. So it really it really opened me up as to what I was thinking about. I wanted to have multiple conversations with multiple different people about multiple different things. But my thoughts were based on how they would engage with me on the conversation. I never thought about what their ulterior motives were for me. And that was something that I had to learn. All right. Anything
Okay,
else?
thank you. No, I mean, I can relate with that in a different way, but I'm not gonna go there because I'm not a content creator like you in terms of putting your ideas and building a debate about a specific topic. But I understand what you're saying, and I think it's the speed and the amount of exposure. It's so huge today in this world. So it's like it reminds me though that video that analyzes the influencers that they were recording himself eating, and then so tired. after when the camera is on. Oh, look at this food! Yeah, noodles, and the camera off.
Yeah, yeah, they look all energetic, and then once the camera's off, like, oh my god. Yeah, no, I get that.
So
I get it.
I think I think it's so twisted somehow today, how attention can bring you fame or money or popularity, but if you're so tired and exhausted inside, what is the real use? What is the good part of that attention? Yeah, you can make money, of course, but if you are doing this happy and tired experience all the time just for the attention, I think it's something that the system at itself is throwing to the new generation so hard. Then now bully bullying in the high school, at least here in Chile, is the most dangerous one. Is digital. It's not presential. It's not physical. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. My only thing I would say to what you were saying is, yes, our content is different, but I wouldn't say that there's no one who's looking for what you maybe bring off. And keep in mind, this is just what you have right now in the beginning. It doesn't mean that what you're gonna bring forth to somebody else in the future. And I think this is something very important that I say to so many different people. Make the content that you know the person that you would be looking for, as they say in so many different areas, the target audience, right? And sometimes that even starts off with, if it if this is what I like to do, there must be someone else who likes it as well, right? Eventually, somebody else will come upon and greet that. Now, I think because there's such a strong feeling for attention, and they want to get it as quick as possible. I'm just like, do you understand some of the biggest content creators that we see today have been in the game for almost 10 years? Like, and if you're just getting started, like, sit your fucking ass down. There is a requirement for the work. Okay? And you got to be okay with that. And a lot of people are not. They want to grow. They want to grow within a year. They want to get it within, and that's just not made for everybody. And then they judge themselves based on those who actually do get it. But is that, are you giving the same amount of energy? Are you doing the same amount of work that they are? Are you taking the harder path to build something different than what they did? Because maybe they just follow the path that somebody else did, and that's fine. But to be authentically you is also important. And you got to be okay with that. Because if you're just looking for growth, money, success, fame, it's cool. Or not even money, just growth and fame. Because fame doesn't mean that you have money. You can have people can know who the fuck you are, and you can be sitting there working at Trader Joe's. You know what I mean? So what? So it doesn't
Yeah,
mean
yeah.
shit. Like,
Yeah,
come on.
I understand that one. I think, well, in my case, in my experience, I can say with property that my content is most of the time for me, because I feel good to share, and I don't care if somebody is watching or not. The video will get there, and if somebody is interested in the topic of, I show different kinds of documentaries sometimes on Rumble. I have a Rumble channel now because in YouTube they eliminated my channel because I showed something that YouTube didn't like. So they didn't told me anything. They just wiped out. And they did me a favor because now I have the Notables Radio channel on Rumble and YouTube, and in Rumble I have freedom to show documentaries or music video clips or analysis. So for me, when it's the decision is I'm gonna see this documentary by myself without doing a live stream to share it, or I'm gonna, yeah, I will decide that this one I will see it for myself, and at the same time I will share it. So regardless the outcome, I think if you don't enjoy doing uh, content, live or not, is it doesn't have any sense to do anything. But that's the point of the attention. I think there's there's so many channels that I I can't stand, and because it was the engagement of fighting and not debating, but fighting. And sadly, the algorithm rewards that. So, if you want to have attention by fighting with others, it's a very sad human being who decides to do that in order to get attention. Because yeah, even they can fake fight just to get the money, because the fight spreads and gets bigger and bigger, you know. So I was I follow you since, I don't know how, 2 years or a year and something, and I saw the changes that you did.
You just, no,
And
I'm
I
laughing
said
because you just said something as I was just writing something in the chat. That's just so funny.
I celebrated because I thought, okay, he get tired of. It was tense. Sometimes your panels were very tense, and I was like, sometimes I wrote in the chat like, hey, Resla, don't engage with that, because, but sometimes it's very difficult. So now
I've seen it.
you're
I've seen
you're
it, but it's like I've seen it and I understood what you were saying,
mm,
and it's not like I was trying to ignore it. You understand this? Being online and taking care of a lot of different stuff at what it is hard to see the picture when you're in the frame. So there are people who will sit there and be like, "Hey, you should do this. You should do this. You should do that." But when you have an actively engaged mind at the time, you're gonna say, I need to take care of as many things as possible, and then I'll sort out the shit later. You can't
you know what?
be
You
everyone's
remember
past
when
and
you
present at the same time.
You remember? I remember when you traveled. I don't know if it was Vegas or something, but you travel and you were doing this content, and I was like, that's different. You were having a very good time, and you were so relaxed, my friend. And it was like, bro. So uh, uh, when I saw you in panels fighting, it was like, oh no, man, this guy doesn't belong to this equation of fighting panels. So what are you doing now? I can hear you. I can maybe participate in the chat. Maybe I can search information that you are throwing through your topic to learn other things. So I think violence doesn't bring learning. Impossible. And what are you doing now is I see your face, my friend, and that's why I shared with you the other day the Pisces descriptions, sort of, because you are enjoying yourself, because you are calm, and it's great to see you and hear you calm. So I celebrate that, you wrestler.
I I appreciate that. I think what we want for ourselves versus what other people want for us, like we need to separate that. I think so many other people want things for us that like I never asked for that. I never cared for it. I never thought about it. Like we got the moron that's in the chat that I'm not really saying too much about. And it got a time limit, by the way. It's like, oh, you trying to compare yourself to bigger YouTubers. Like, well, what do you consider to be bigger YouTubers? You mean the people that's been at this for almost 20 years? Like, are you fucking dumb? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you dumb? Like,
That's a
well,
very easy
what is
projection.
bigger YouTuber to you if your algorithm is very limited as to what you can see at one particular point? Like, come on.
It is if you ask me, that's a very easy and weak projection,
I
because
I
he's
ag-
comparing
I
himself.
agree. And this is why I say it's been put this way as generals. It's been put this way as mathematicians. Stupid people talk about people. Smart people talk about ideals. Even when I'm
I
looking
agree with
here
that.
in the chat, even people I'm seeing in the chat say, all you do was running around harassing other people, which means that you're a stupid person.
That's the
I banned you several times and you're still in here talking about other people. I don't hate you, but you literally come through with several accounts. Anyone who has more than two accounts, I'm gonna be generous. You're gonna get my grace. Anyone who has more than three accounts on the internet, and you've already shown to have like five right now, is automatically a loser. So sit the fuck down. Sit down,
It's funny. It's
loser.
funny. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I have another account, but just to troll. I
See, I
troll.
don't do that. I've only got 2 accounts.
Yeah, I did this account because I found this channel here in Chile, my friend. The content was so disgusting about politics and about the new generations, and they were uh, giving these messages to young kids like, oh man, it was disgusting. I'm not gonna even detail that because it's not worth it. But I did that account only uh, to do a performance. So I get in the performance of a little ignorant, stupid man, and I crawl in slowly. And then when I was like, I'm telling you, 2 weeks operation, and at the end, I gave them the information about themselves, trolling the crap out of that content. And I felt good in terms of, bro, somebody needed to expose that BS, because it's evil. It's so evil because they're telling young generations to fight and to defend themselves and so twisted. So, well, when I did that, I just quit it and but I see if you if you have 5 accounts to throw, it's it's pretty desperate for attention or or something else. I don't know, but persons and people is different. Here, personas y gente. When you say, "Hey, do you know Resla?" Yeah, he's people. Él es gente, people. Hey, you know that other stupid guy? Yeah, ese es persona. That's person, So
I
I can appreciate that you are a people, not person.
I think it's very important that we show that though that we are in fact people and not just the persona of who we think. I honestly, and this is just me, and I'll give us a little break after this, right? It's the fact that people there are people who believe that they want to be a character. But my thing is this: if your face and your likeness is attached to said character, are you trying to be someone who is neutral? Are you trying to be someone who is liked, or are you trying to be someone who is hated? And I find people more likely wanting to be hated than anything else. Why would you want to put yourself in the position that you are totally yeah, you get that? Like, I just don't get it. Um, keep that process in your mind, though, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring somebody else to the stage. So just give me a moment, all right? Clay, what's going on, man?
What's good, brother, man? I see you. I see you. I see you. I tune in once in a while, brother. What's up, man? What's good? What's good?
I'm just doing my thing. I'm just listen. Look, people don't like me sometimes, and I just say hands up, don't shoot. Like, I'm here.
Same here. Same here. Yeah, man. I seen you had dropped the StreamYard too, and like I said, I tune in. Listen to you, man. I love what you have to say all the fucking time, man. I appreciate it, man. You staying on the grind, all that good stuff. But I figured I'd come up and at least say hello and all that good stuff. I got another show I got to run to in about 5 or 10, but I still wanted to stop through and say hey. And I was looking at the topic and I was listening briefly. And I kind of did have an idea. I think you're still pretty much on target as far as the way that you're putting things and all that. I wanted to say this: validation and valuation. And so, what I mean by that is, yes, people want to be seen, people want to be heard. Yes, this has never changed. We want attention, man. We want to be seen. We want to be heard. And we want to know that we're right. We want to believe that we're right. And because we want to believe that we are right, we need confirmation of this. And so we go to what we believe is our peers. And a lot of times it ends up not being our peers. I know you mentioned season 2 earlier as well. A
Oh,
lot of
you
people.
was really listening.
I didn't have much time to. I had literally took a nap earlier. I just woke up, saw one of my channels that I support debating a copper, which is a cop. Copper, which was fun to watch. And then I turned in and saw you, and I'm like, okay, what's he got going on and all that. And yeah, and people want to be heard, they want to be seen, and they want to know that they're right. So they come to you and say, hey, am I right for this? You know, for what I'm saying here, because I've examined these things and I'm not sure, you know, or they just want to yell and say, hey, I am right, and get you to agree with them. That happens a lot too, even if they're not. And that validation, then it becomes valuation, right? And it becomes something worthwhile. Now I think I'm worthwhile.
So let me ask you, since I got you, because there were questions that I had lined up for anyone who wanted to come up and actually talk about it, so long as they want to talk about the actual conversation, right? Thank you for Kramos for bringing out some stuff as well. He had his own particular questions, but let me ask you, based on the fact that I've seen you, I know that you're very much a lot who goes on different channels, especially if I ever feel like I need to see your face, I'm going to go home for the Raging Tomato. I know I'm going to see your face up there. Like, I'm not even going to keep it a buck. I already know. I'm like, if I really want to see Clay, I know exactly where I'm going to find that.
By the way, hashtag Vegas on that.
Oh my gosh.
She's going. She's going. She's going. Yeah.
Nice.
But she's doing good. She's doing good though.
All right. But let me ask you the question, right? Why do some people need attention more than others? That's my first question to you.
I'd say just off the top of my head, it's because they didn't get it before. So now they're hunting.
Hunting.
Yeah. Yeah, just off the top of my head. Yeah, so that validation part, right? That need to be seen. It's pretty powerful. What's the right word here? Taunt, taste, whatever. That thing that you need, but you really don't need. It's the want. It's the desire, but you really didn't actually need it. Actually, the whole time.
I think I understand I think I understand what you mean. So let me ask this: why do people? Because I think I understand what you mean, but why do people feel like, especially for someone like yourself who goes up on channels, they get noticed, they're known? Why do people change when they know they're being watched?
Oh, this is actually something that's been studied in real life. It's called the Hawthorne effect.
I know this, but let's break it down for people. Let's break it down.
Yeah. Okay. So the Hawthorne effect, from my understanding, is the idea that people act differently when they're being watched than when they're not being watched. And this primarily results from a few different factors, primarily, in my opinion, because they are worried about being seen to be wrong or different or weird. It's their image, right? So I can be seen or heard to be wrong, and then later on I will be assumed to be wrong always. So if I'm wrong once, it's something that tracks with me. It's a burden I continue to take with me everywhere I go. And so yeah, that right there, it happens. It's true. If you allow it, right? If you allow the guilt.
Yes, that caveat is very important. Yes. So it's when you're mentioning that, right? I was thinking about the early exploration between parent and child. So when you are a parent, not that many people know or whatever, not that I'm even, but I'm telling you the studies. When you are a parent and you are allowing your child to go through exploration, I forget the saying of it, what the term of it is, but there is a thing where you are allowing your child to explore the world, but what they tend to do is it when you're allowing your child to explore the world, it is still within a safe environment. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And what happens is that when the child feels like they are outside of what's considered to be comfort, what they do is that they look back to see if their parent is still looking.
Yes.
And the parent is watching. So because the parent is watching, they go, okay, I'm still safe. So they go venture out further. And this is something that happens throughout our younger years to even into our young adolescent years, where we're kind of at a point, but before we start having so much confidence that we're not worried about, to our younger to almost young adolescent years, to the point we're walking out further, and maybe we're not looking back to see if our parents looking at, we just have it in our mind that they are looking at us. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to look back because I know she is looking at me, so I'm good. Versus the point that when we're out in the real world, after time and exposure of being in a safe place, now we're out in the real world where we have no safe place. We don't look for people who are looking for us. And I think that the problem with the internet and some of the spaces that we are is that we have taken that parental safety aspect and warped it.
Yeah.
And instead of turning it into the safe place, it's become attention based. So instead of saying, hey, I'm safe because my followers, my attention seekers, my tribe is watching me, they go, no. How many people can I convert to become my tribe
and become me?
Yes. And that's
it's a God complex. No, here's one. And actually I like that you brought up adolescence, because that actually got me on the mindset of, okay, when you're a child, you're not just looking for the validation that you're right and wrong, but you ever see a kid who's like he's running real fast, he's like, did you see me how fast I was running? Now think of that, right? And he brings that with him into adulthood. Now, that right there is that validation seeking, right? And the value in that is that if I can get others alongside of me, or to believe that I am doing really awesome, I can run really, really fast, and I can look really, really good doing it. I'm going to go to this one. This is going to hurt a lot of people. Then they want to get paid for that.
Do it.
Then they want to get paid for that. Then they want to get some kind of real currency for that, some value. They think that all of a sudden, because they did a good thing, they need to be awarded. Here comes the participation trophy, by the way. And that hurts, because not every good deed is worth the award. You did a good deed. That's great. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you need a reward for?
Like you just said, it's not the fact that they did a good deed. You did what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. And you're supposed to be awarded for it all of a sudden? That's crazy.
It's ideal, like when people, like, and this is why I have even when we look at people in our jobs, right? If you come to work and you do the minimum, I hate when people say like the bare minimum. It's not really that. When you come in and you do the job that you were hired to do and you want more, I'm like, no, you did what you're supposed to do. If you went above and beyond, if you helped other people, if you did, then we can have a conversation. But you did literally everything that was in the profile, the job description that you were supposed to do. That doesn't make you exceptional. You don't get extra points because you suck in oxygen because you were here. Because if you weren't here, somebody else was going to be here. Well, then you don't know. We don't know if they can do a better job than me. But guess what? We don't know if they could be better than you because they're not here and you are. So why don't you just be grateful? like there's so much shit. And people don't want to look at it that way because they want to believe that they are the pinnacle of what they're doing, or they understand that they are below the margin. But the people who are below the margin, they know not to really raise any fucking concerns because they don't want to be found. It's really weird. And I think I see the same thing in a lot of conversations, or rather not conversations, but a lot of panel spaces. I am a person that, and I'm pretty sure you see me from many conversations and many spaces. For the most part, I'm watching and observing.
Yeah.
Like I'm not quick to jump and say shit. I'm like, people probably have to call me out because I'm just quiet, because I'm trying to understand the land that I'm in and then worm my way into it.
Yeah, I agree. I want to be able to understand what the fuck I'm talking about. I want to make sure, and this is me too, you know, and this really goes down to the validation valuation on this. I'm 100% on board with it because I want to know that I'm right. If I'm going to say something, I don't want to look stupid. I've looked stupid plenty of times. It doesn't really bother me the way it bothers a lot of people. Sure, it bothers me, but not like the way it bothers a lot of people. If I'm wrong, okay, well, I guess I'll be right next time, maybe.
Well, can we be honest? There's a difference between feeling stupid and feeling wrong. Can we just
Yeah.
put that out there? Like, and people like, oh, you was wrong. You're dumb. You're an idiot. I'm like, you didn't know. Like, the fuck are we? You didn't fucking know. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? It's one thing, like, because I've run into people who turn around and do things like, oh, you didn't know that, right? What? You didn't know that? I'm like, so because you spend your time studying, researching, doing all the thing that you care about, you don't, like, I'm supposed to know. Like, but if I turn around and say, you know what, fuck it, here's all the ingredients, bake me a fucking risotto, make me a fucking risotto right now. And you know what, I want a savory, saucy, creamy fucking risotto. Make it right now. I know this. Why don't you know this? Now they get lost.
Yeah.
And
Anyway,
you know what they're gonna say, right? You know what they're gonna say?
What's that?
They're gonna say, "That's some female shit." That's what they're
Put
gonna
down
do.
the purse. Put down
Yeah.
the purse.
Yeah. What you doing in the kitchen? What you doing in the kitchen?
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, man, come on. So you don't know how to feed yourself, right? You just Uber eating and fucking door dashing all day. Like, come on now, come on. Well,
All right,
and
man.
I point it out, and I kill them. I kill them all the time when I turn around and say, when you go out to your favorite restaurant, steak restaurant, whatever, blah blah blah. Who are the people that's mainly cooking your dishes? Is it women or is it men? And then they stop, and I go, there you go. But I don't want to hog up your time, man. I know you said you had somewhere you had to go.
Yeah, I unfortunately do have to run. It is my time, and thank you, and keep on keeping on, brother. I will continue to tune in. Thank you so much, sir.
Appreciate you all, as always.
All right, bye.
If there's anyone else that got something, that have another question, whether they have their own particular question that comes up for this particular topic, or if you have one of the questions that you want to answer to the sitting in the description box, feel free to actually do so. Here we go. All right, we got somebody else up coming here. Denizen is coming over to the stage. How you doing, Denizen? How's everything going?
Well, it depends. If I have some time to talk to my homie about this topic that's on the stream, then things are going really well. I can't think of another person I'd rather have this conversation with. But unfortunately, I missed your monologue. I'm just coming in like a newbie here without having been listening.
You know what? Sometimes we come to a party, and sometimes we have to figure out what's still left behind from everybody else. What I did earlier was I just set the table, and there was a whole rush. By the way, you're not the only one. I had a rush of people that came in, and they were like, "Oh, I heard there was food here." And shout out to RLM as well, who also rated me. I appreciate it, RLM. I need to know more about her. But like, a whole bunch of people rated, and they of course they got their fill in food. But like, the aspect of why do people need so much attention, and what versions of attention, what types of attention that they're looking for, and why is it important? Who is the real them versus not? Like, did you give me your spot? Like, I thought about this ahead of time just in case. So if you're not really too sure, I left some questions that even if you want to start off on in the description. But like, feel free to ask me whatever you like.
Yeah, so I mean, why do people need attention? Do people need attention? I guess that'd be the first question.
First answer to that question is yes. People do need attention. The that they the overlining arching answer is what is the reason they need the attention for? People need attention for different reasons. Whether it is for loneliness, whether it's because they have never felt like they're being seen. Well, like there's lots of different reasons why they need attention. The question that I asked even to the chat, to the viewers, to anyone watching the replay is once you discover what that thing is that going to be the thing that solves the issue or is it temporary?
Yeah, I'm starting to think that a lot of these types of questions come down to the concept of identity, and I'm not even sure. Like, I think I might be transitioning, pause, from Judeo-Christian values to more Eastern philosophies when it comes to the idea of the self and identity. Not really sure it's real, and I almost feel like we are desperate. There's some kind of modern causal loop, like a contemporary post-industrial causal loop for these for the need for attention and the identity crisis that seems to be on the other end of it, like the puzzle piece that fits into it, because it's almost like we've created the ego and the identity in order to interact with this modern world, and it might not even be real. It's merely a projection, and so we're struggling with that the fact that it's vaporware, right? But it's still running on our hardware.
All right. So I caught on to what, at least a lot of stuff that you're saying there, but I'm thinking for people who may not understood a lot of what you were saying, I want you to break it down as if you were speaking to a child or a Labrador. I want you to like really break that down for them, because I think the one of the things that I say for communication is that sometimes us as we are speaking, or sometimes we come off as educators, we don't really speak to the layman's of communication, and people get lost. And the way how I always say it is like, if you can't speak to the common man, the common woman, the common man, then there's no way of reaching them. And then we believe that, not to say that you are, but then we believe that only the people who are high enough to understand us can be the only people who can really shape the world. And we've already seen that's not to be the truth. I've learned that people who take more action rather than more pontificating tend to be the ones who are the movers and shakers. So can you dumb that down a little bit for people on a base level?
I can try, but I'll be the first to admit that I think the more you understand something, the simpler you can explain it. And the fact that I'm use such complicated terms is because I'm not an expert and I really don't know what I'm talking about, right? These thoughts are raw and abstract. Your mic cut out.
I just want to give you your flowers right then and there on the fact. I want to give you your flowers right then and there on the fact that
Can't hear you, brother. Can you guys hear him in the chat? Is it me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
No, I said I wanted to give you your flowers on the fact that you even acknowledge that part, because I think there are some people that just turn around and say, well, I don't need to understand anyone else. They just need to understand me. And I'm just like, that's not the place that you need to be. Like, that's not it. And so I want to acknowledge the fact that you've already admitted, like, you're at a point where people need to understand a healthy medium and not people willing to raise themselves up. But at the same time, while I'm listening to you and I understand, I think there's a lot of people that are up there that don't want to bring themselves down. That's what I say. Can you try to find like a healthy divide so that if they know, can they try to bring themselves up?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot, and you give me feedback accordingly.
Sure.
Like I said, these are pretty raw thoughts for me that I don't often have the opportunity to bounce off other people and get constructive feedback. So, again, thank you very much for having me on. Um, so I think that the hierarchy of needs is a real thing, you know, and maybe I can explain that better than I can explain my own thoughts. Or if you're listening, uh, you can Google it, but it's basically kind of like a pyramid structure of when that kind of depicts how when your base needs are met, um, your higher function needs arise right from that. So when you don't have food or shelter or water, you're not really concerned about love, affection, leisure time. You're too busy focusing on that core need of
The bare
finding a.
necessities.
You're
Yep.
right. And because your animal brain is so well developed and way more intelligent than we give it credit for, it knows to focus on that, and it blocks out any other interference until those needs are met, because you'll die without that. You never mind. You're not going to be able to make out with your girlfriend if you don't have a roof over your head and water and food. And as such, those needs are met. Food, water, shelter, then community, closeness, intimacy, relationships, children, friends. All those things are smaller at the top of the pyramid after your base needs are met. And I think that there is a kind of identity crisis that exists like at the top of and outside of that pyramid, where now our all of our needs are met on such an immediate basis, right? Instant everything. We've created a whole nother set of a whole nother hierarchy of needs, and largely the result of the convenience, the luxury time, the surplus created by industrialization. And so we're almost at a schism in identity where we've projected this modern self into this space. And in that space is where we can be so hyper focused on if we're getting the right kinds of validation, the right kinds of attention, or where we can even create the insecurities and the neuroses that would be codependently seeking for those things.
Okay. All right. So I 100%. I love the fact that you brought it out the way that you did. I do have a question that came from that, and that is, I guess for some people, we need to be able to spark the difference, because I think this is the thing that comes out very different between generations and how we look at social media. What would you consider to be bad validations?
I try to hesitate from speaking in terms of bad or good. I'm not sure I believe in such thing.
Okay. No, well, the way how let me just tell you how I move it. I believe that there is bad and good. I just believe that they work cohesively. That you can't have one without the other. So I think a lot of time when I run across a lot of people, they only want to talk about good or evil or bad or good, and I'm like, people are a mix of both. The sooner you adopt that, the sooner you believe it, the sooner you acknowledge it, the better off that you'll be. But the idea that people are just wholeheartedly good or just wholeheartedly evil, that I think that's where the schism, that's where the big problems really begin. So I do believe that we all inhabit good and bad qualities within ourselves, which is why I say when we look at values or even validation within each other, which values or validation are more towards the hive, as in the culture, the people, the family, whatever, and which more are towards just ourselves. And I that's the way how I look at it. I mean, you don't need to agree with it. That's just the way how I approach things.
No, I agree largely with that. I'm just at a point now where I can't because of
agree.
that dynamic
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
the necessity. I like have a hard time labeling one as bad. You
Yeah.
know?
No. Again, I wouldn't force that on you. I'm just giving you my perspective on it because I think some people would question it, and that's just my take on it. That's not Dennis's take on it. It's just my take on it.
And I think what you picked up on, Chris is talking about as well, and so I'll address that briefly, and then I'd like to hand it back to you. The codependent thing that I said, I think that's probably what stuck out, right? Like that has a negative connotation, and so I want to break that down in a few different ways. I give my overall general perspective and the way that I was using it. Um, yeah, like what is codependency? Is that really bad? I mean, are we sure? Aren't we all codependent? Like, isn't that how we operate as human beings? Don't we need each other? And does it become codependent at a certain point when it passes a certain threshold of needing and receiving? And then, of course, there's the clinical term where there's one person who's the taker and the other person's the giver, and the giver completely loses their identity in the taker, which is what I was alluding to in what I said, which is kind of why that bad connotation was snuck in there, right? It was smuggled in. Your mic's doing it again.
Sorry. So when you said that, right? Is it still doing it?
No, you're good now.
Okay. When you said that, the thing that was in my mind was, well, the codependent behavior, bad or good. I guess it really falls in line with how much, because at some point we all have to be dependent in our lives, right? Let's just be honest. You can't feed yourself. You come out of the womb. You're helpless. You're still baking. You are a bun that is still baking coming out of the oven. Can we just keep it like that's just what it is. We're not like the gazelle or the fucking zebra or the elephant coming out and we can just walk in a couple of hours and shit like that. That's not the way that we're built. We gotta really fucking work at it. I guess the question is like, how dependent do we become? Or rather, how much do we absorb? How much do we cultivate? How much do we make our own before we feel like we don't need to depend on other people? Because there are people, even though we have to really admit that's not the majority of people, who can survive, build, and be on their own. Now, we also have to say this. Survivability has also been something that has changed throughout history. Survivability, and this is why we look at like the group versus the individual. You can do very well surviving on your own, fending for yourself, growing crops, hunting, fending off against predators, all the stuff. But you will still live exponentially longer if you're within the group. The question is, for a lot of people, which route is most successful? Because let's be honest, what do we even say for the people like, oh, I'm here in the group, but you know what? If you really want to find the person who knows a lot of different stuff, you got to look at the old hermit who's out in the fucking mountain hill. But when you go to the old hermit, the motherfucker is nuts. Like that motherfucker is crazy because he hasn't had anyone else to talk to. He's been talking to billy goats and everything else. He almost forgot his own language. He's almost feral. I think about like Kill Bill, right? The movie Kill Bill. When he wants to take Uma Thurman's character, I forget her name, to go get training by the old wise monk, how does the wise monk go through conversation? I need to fight you. Not, oh my God, this is my old student I haven't seen for a while. Let's go hug, let's go drink, let's go talk about old good times. Remember that time where you had to split the log and do none of that. It's like, I need to whoop your ass. This is all I fucking know. This is all I know. Like, I think exposure to human conditions are also something that's very, very important. And I think a lot of people are still in between within our era of humanity, our era of history, that people still haven't found out which is the better path. I think we know already it's better to work with each other than it is to work in isolation. But I wouldn't go up against isolation as well. I just think that we are at a point where we don't teach enough within society to become more independent and respect those things more than it is that the people who are independent don't respect enough of what it's like to actually be in the community. I think we find a healthy balance. It is what it is. And I think this is why like the older days of like older settlers, older Indians, things like that. Like there was a rites of passage. That's something we lost. I think everybody here in the West can say that. We lost rites of passage. The things that make you an adult are the things that are long gone now. Now we just say you get past a certain age and that's just it. But what does it mean? What have you done to prove that you are an adult? I think those are the things that are gone. I think schooling has done that. I think post-university has done that. I think parents have gotten rid of that. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. A few thoughts came to mind. One was how rites of passage seem to be the lack of them seemed to be a problem, especially for men, and seems to be something that was an integral part of making strong communities, was building strong individuals. And so now we have this individualistic attitude where it's me, 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 and everybody else, I got mine, you get yours if you can, comes from a lack of investment in the individual, ironically enough, right? Like almost it causes this, hierarchy of needs issue. And also that I feel like we're over socialized, if anything, these days, as a society. So while I think that since collectivism is inevitable, it's how and why we're here, we need to embrace it a lot more, especially in the United States. But it also means that it's a given, which means that we need to create almost an artificial or ritualistic tradition of creating and respecting the individual. That's the part that takes effort and
I would like that. I'm not going. I would like that because here's where I'm gonna say it happened in other people's, in other countries. In other countries, when they say when you're 18, you have to serve at least 2 years in the military. That's a ritual.
yeah, and if you're morally opposed to it, some kind of equivalent, where you're actually putting your life on the line in service of your community, making some kind
I
of
agree.
sacrifice and discipline.
I agree. I think that there's something that is missing somewhere in there that is needed for humanity. There needs to be a turn of events. Um, any other thoughts that you have? Because I got. It seems like Kramos might have a conversation for me. Oh, he said no. He says be right back. Okay, sorry. He said be right back.
Yeah, I think like Nikki's saying in the chat, we there's a lot of like this sense of having to prove something and being unsure of ourselves, having an identity crisis, not knowing who we really are, because we don't never had to prove it to ourselves.
Ooh, I like that. New thought that just crossed my head. Just tell me what you think about it real quick. Real quick. I haven't really fleshed this out. Just literally popped into my head. So because we don't really have at least here in this part of the Western world, we don't really have a rites of passage, right? We know people can go to the military. We know there's the draft and everything. But since we don't really have a rites of passage compared to other countries that turn around and say 18, you have to serve at least 2 years, war or not. Is that part of the problem that I think that we might have in Western nations? Because there is this thing that I go through. It doesn't happen often because I kind of move my way away from that. And I have many people who I know, grown men who have served in the military. But there's become this thing that if there is political conversations or if there is things about particular ownership or guns or whatever. There are people that come from former military that believe that you don't have the right to talk about it unless you serve. How do you feel about that? Because not for nothing, like there are guys who I know in the military who put us on a gun range and I can outshoot them. Never served. So what do we say about those people? Like, oh, you just got lucky? No. I've been putting in work. Like the talent doesn't have to come from the institution that taught you it. Talent comes from the things that you practice on. Skill versus will. So how do you feel about that? Because I run into guys who they talk about politics, I talk about other, and they say you can't talk about it because you haven't served. And I go, what the fuck? Are you serious right now? Like, so I don't have the right to talk about the things that might be going on in my country or what because I didn't serve. And I met plenty of guys who served and then they go back to society and they really don't produce anything. That's no disrespect to you guys, but for doing what you do. But there is a point, and I'm gonna say this and it's gonna sound very negative. There is a point where when you no longer serve, you're not serving anymore. So the idea that you think that you just get forever admonishment when you're not producing and you served, past tense, as in used to bees don't make no honey. I don't care about what you used to do. What are you currently doing? How do you feel about that? I know it's a taboo thing, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But if you're willing to, engage with me on that conversation.
I think those people are wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. But there is a certain qualia that comes with experience that transcends all other things in life. Our very perception of time is based on this, right? The only perception we even have that there's moments or knowledge to be gained or experiences had. And also so that's one reason why experience is very important and where I kind of see where these people are coming from, even though they're wrong. Also, my career in IT taught me one thing over and over again, almost more than any other lesson, especially the fact that I dropped out of junior high school and didn't have a single certificate. And that is abstract knowledge is fun and games. It's very important. I love doing it. But practical knowledge
Application
is
absolutely
not even the same thing. The engineer's book doesn't mean shit when you're on site at the client's co-location. You might as well just throw it out the window.
I mean, nope. Here's the funny, like you and I came from basically the same field. Like whatever I learned, even when I learned in school, and I finished high school, I went to university. Everything I learned in university, the moment I was out in the field, none of that shit applied. It did not matter at all. Like the shit I ran, I had to think on the fly. There were so many times I was like, nothing's working, and I feel like an idiot.
And the theories are not wrong. So when you have practical experiences, what you realize is the quality of that experience because you realize how the theory remains true, and yet the practical application is still almost the exact opposite in many cases of the theory. And to be able to hold those two conflicting ideas in your head gives you a level of experience and expertise that can only be learned through experience, right?
So this is the point that I want to make from Chris that I've seen here, right? He says military service helps you with discipline. It's not the only, not saying that you are saying that, but it's not the only thing to help you with discipline. You know what can help you through discipline? Hardship can help you with discipline. Like just going through some shit will help you with discipline. You being hungry will help you through discipline. You can learn a lot through discipline. The military is not the only way. Not for nothing. Let's just say you have the military being told what to do, where to show up, how to. But if you were taught how to kill, to be an assassin, you would have discipline. You would have rituals.
Yeah.
You would like so. it's not the height. I know we give it the most respect, but it's not the height of discipline. It's just another layer, a different faction of discipline, but it's not the top. It is not the top branch of discipline. There are multiple ways to garner discipline. There are CEOs, CFOs, CTOs who have more discipline than people who've been in the military. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Who know when to say no, how to say no, and will repeatedly say no, even if they got a gun in their face. Like, I think some people romanticize discipline, not just the military, but discipline in general. There are things that you're willing to cave on if it means that. There are things that you're willing to cave on if it means that your survivability is at risk. Because what discipline are you going to be exercising if you can't survive to do so? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there are things that we have to be able to acknowledge. I'm gonna bring up Kramer's real quick, because Kramer, I want to know if you have any questions that possibly you might want to ask in reference to what Dennis and I were talking about, or if you have a question for Dennis and himself.
Hello, Dennis. Nice to
You're a
hear
little
your
low.
information.
Can you
Now?
make sure?
Now?
Yeah, better.
That's better? Okay. No, I don't have a question. In fact, I just want to make a contribution about discipline in terms of, I think discipline has been misinterpreted in terms of there's always in this world there's always somebody who tells you what to do, what not to do, and discipline must be an individual phenomenon. Because if you borrow discipline from others, it never fits. I think you can create your own discipline. And to finish the idea, I think the individual discipline is the highest one, and that, in my experience, is thanks to failure. When you fail, when you don't want to repeat something that doesn't result good for yourself or for your family, in my case, you stop doing that and you are better because you are learning through failure. And I think that discipline nobody can give you the deep, real feeling of the discipline, because if you are wrong or you make something that harm other people and you don't want that, you are the only one who can really build the discipline to be a better human being and to be better in terms of not spreading your mistakes, harming other people, involuntary or voluntary. Thank you.
For the most part, I absolutely agree. I will be the one to just turn around and say that another thing that some people just don't mention, you can't build discipline without failure. Like, it's just, but I also don't like, and that, by the way, I'm not saying like you have to be like military in order to build discipline, because sometimes the people that you learn from could be former military and they're just putting you through like my stepdad. He put me through the rung. Like, we didn't have to worry about, like, we went through PT. It was some crazy shit in order just for us to learn some particular lessons. But like, I think when people talk about discipline and they like immediately go to the military, it's like, that's not the only places. Like, there are, I hate to say it, like, because I know how much like American whole the army of one type shit, but like, there are people who are more deadly than people who are in the military. Like, I'm just gonna put it out there. You may not have met them, you don't know who they are, but like, it's so weird when I run across people. Like, it's the same way as this. I run across people that like, oh, I'm in a gang, I'm in the Bloods, I'm in the Crips. I'm like, what do I care about you? Oh, I'm this and I'm that, and I'm just like, you have no idea. Here's the thing: you have no idea what I'm capable of. Because, like, here's the truth of the matter, and I say this all the time: you don't know what you don't know. and you are looking for a characteristic to be able to prove who has done what, when the truth of the matter is that the smoothest people, the people that is the most dangerous, move in silence. Can we just keep it a buck? Like, if you're saying I did 2 tours in Afghanistan, I did another one in Iraq, I did this, I did that. You got another guy, old guy, I served this many tours at Nam and da da da. Da. And if we're sitting here at a range and I say I served no time in the military, but I can hit every bullseye with a gun and with a knife and with a bow. If I threw a fucking rock, who's deadly? Are you really gonna say that you're still the army of one and I'm just nothing because I never served because I don't have dog tags? And I say this about people in general. Like, this is why I love and I talk about like our country as the United States, because you don't need to be in a particular branch or a particular area, a particular space in order to have access to the same things. I said it's the same thing for education. You don't need to be in Harvard, in Columbia, in Cornell, or whatever to get access to the books because they're still accessible to the public. You can get access to guns because it's accessible in the public, thanks to our Second Amendment. The same way how you can get access to a scalpel and books because it's accessible to a public. And I think a lot of people mistake discipline with an area or branch, and they don't pay attention to the discipline of the individual, which is the point that I even heard Cramo say. The individual and what they want and their ambition and how much they want it will speak more than where they came from. I
I
mean,
think
give me your thoughts on
yeah,
that.
I agree, and oh man, I like this because one of the reasons why I'm here is to learn. I like to learn, and when people are fighting about who's wrong or not, what you said just now about putting the individual. Let me give you a very long story, very short. There's a main avenue where my mother drives her car, and there's this homeless guy that doesn't speak. He's like, and he asks for money, and my mother didn't give him money, and he spit on his windshield. And when I heard about that, I was furious. It's my mother, bro. So uh, one day I was in the car and I saw this guy, and he asked me for money, and I did give him money, and he spat on my windshield, and I wanted to destroy him. My body, man, was reacting because I wanted to get out of the car and smash his face. It was the first reflection. So immediately it was stop, Kramos, stop, because this is evil trying to feed off your anger and your violence. And when you destroy that guy's face, you will be feeding evil. So I see this guy, bro, 4 days a week, and he does the same thing. Exactly the same thing. So my discipline in that particular issue is to hold myself, and nobody can teach me that. Even they spit on my mother's windshield, you know. So I think, yeah, your self-discipline is stronger than anyone else's.
What are your thoughts on what we just said, Dennison?
So, um, I kind of had two different reactions to what you guys were saying. To you, one thing I was thinking was, and this isn't political at all, so apologies in advance, but Kyle Rittenhouse came to mind. When you don't know what you don't know. I mean, a lot of people feel one way or the other about what happened. I watched it live the night that it happened, and I saw restraint, accuracy, deadly accuracy. and this was from a 17-year-old boy. And it just made me think, like, the military would want to clone someone like that, right? Because he's got no experience whatsoever, and he's taking only the shots that are necessary, and got himself out of a precarious situation as a child. And then I also thought the other end of that spectrum, again, in this modern era that we're talking about, nobody ever saw me coming when I was in that mode in my career where I was tired of being stepped on and used and abused and passed over because I was always willing to cooperate or help somebody out and not think about the bottom line. And so I started aiming for people and targeting people who were in my way and who did things to hurt me in my career. And I eliminated them, and they never saw me coming. Didn't even look over their shoulder. And all of a sudden, I'm whispering their last words to them as they pack their little box and head out.
Getting out the
And
door.
and sending me in a little bit of their salary just happens to show up on my next paycheck, as well as their title in my email signature. And to what the other gentleman was saying, uh, he made me think of how when I was younger, I feel like the military would have been a waste on me, and I might have washed out. But now that I'm too old to go, I wish I could go through boot camp because I've I've dove deep into the Tao, right? And so
Yeah.
to flirt with the very Christian discipline side of things would give me a good counterbalance and experience that I could use to reinforce myself and become more formidable, right? To expand my horizons and my experience.
I a lot of what you said has been a lot of my own personal assessments of how I look at life and how I look at discipline, or even how I looked at the military. So I absolutely get it. Um, to touch base, like, I was looking at something that was here in chat. Um, when they were saying like, oh no, the book, Russell, you saying just saying it was your experience from Chris. No, I understand it was your experience. Your experience is an experience that I have a lot of. I have with a lot of guys that talk about the military. Like I have a small core of people that I'm really cool with. Like that's my wolf pack, and more than half of them. There's only really like 5 of us. There used to be 6. Um, the 5 of us, like 3 of them have been or have been to the military. 2 of them are married. It's like, so they're doing their thing, but when they see me when I'm out and I'm doing my own thing, when they see me or we go to a range, especially if like an archery, axe throwing, whatever range, like they look at me and they just go, "You would have cleaned up in the military." Like they're like, "You would have cleaned up," because like people will judge you because like, oh, wait, I need my glasses, but when I'm on a range, I don't use my glasses. Like to me, it's like if you get dirt in your eye or whatever, you gotta have to use whatever you got. And I need to be okay with my normal sight. And I'm not a killer. I'm not like hitting like so many yards. I need a fucking medal or whatever. But I'm like, I ain't bad, especially when I got a bow and arrow. Like, cause I'm here in New York, so like the idea of walking around with rifles, it just takes over. It's not really the thing that you see here in New, but the idea of just like because bows, because arrows, because crossbows, because like is not illegal, and I'm hitting the range the way I'm doing. They're like, if you was in a different state, like this would be a different conversation. And a couple of my guys, like they live in different states. And they're just like, yo, if you was here, like, you can clean up pretty well. I'm just like, I guess I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know because I've always been a city boy. So it is what it is. I don't knock it. I don't have a problem with it or whatever. But I think a lot of people would just misplace, and I'm not saying that you do, but a lot of people just misplace discipline with where you get discipline from, and I think discipline comes from many people. I think my earliest discipline comes from people who have not served. My discipline just comes from people who learned from people who were learning through trial and error. It's the same way as we look at his family. As a father, you grow up wanting to teach your children not to fall down the easy mistakes that you made, and they pass it on. And then that person, because I never made this mistake because my father made this mistake, I want to teach you, son, not to make those mistakes. And that's pretty much just the way how it all comes up. And the same thing for me. I had instructors that did go to military, by the way, who did shoot rifles and did it. But these are the guys who are like, I'm going to teach you how to shoot a bow. Like, one of the guys who I chill with is I chill and I talk to all the time is like OG Do Dirty. That motherfucker know how to kill and clean. I said, how about this? If we was out in the road, I kill him, but you clean him, because I just don't know how to dress a fucking deer. I just don't. I could not tell you how to harvest a fucking deer. But if you teach me, I'm willing to learn. But taking them down, I'm your guy. I am your guy. So
Can I add something? Because you remind me what you said before about when you're a child and you're walking and you see behind and you see your father or your mom.
sure.
So it reminds me the discipline that I've learned, because when I felt as a kid, they never picked me up. I was crying and they were far away, making the signs of get up. But they didn't never came to me to pick me up. So after a few ones, of course, I felt, I looked at them, I will start crying, and they were like, get up. And then I learned to get up without crying, without expecting to be picked up by my parents. So that discipline, I think, is transcendental, because you can see it in the many things that can happen to you as a teenager, as an adult, not to expect or depend on others, but to have the discipline to pick yourself up. And that discipline, nobody than your parents, I think, can teach you that one.
Can I challenge that a little bit?
Go ahead.
So I would say what you're describing is perseverance. And I have near superhero levels of perseverance, but I lack discipline. Something that I'm trying to teach myself later in life, and it's even more of a challenge because it was never really instilled in me. I think I had too much to rebel against. Um, and now that I pick my battles, at a certain point you realize rebelling against the world when you still haven't faced the inner struggle with yourself and become victorious is just playing games. You're
That's a
putting
that's
off
a good point.
you're putting off the real war for the playtime war that you can't even fight and never mind win. And now that I am in that position, I struggle to learn discipline because something that, like teaching an old dog new tricks. You're
But
you're
Audrey,
formidable. You
if I can add you something, if you think about it, to rebel, to be rebellious, I think is because somebody is trying to teach you or impose the discipline, and it's very different when you build the discipline for yourself without any authority around you.
I'd agree,
Uh,
but I would also say it might be more of a challenge than, say, for example, a child who is disciplined as they're young and they don't rebel. If they're able to carry that with them into their adulthood, it becomes an advantage. So I think I rebelled for good reason because the authority lacked any responsibility or accountability, and so I did not respect it.
You don't
Um,
rebel. You're being obedient, and nobody likes to be obedient. That's why I think you rebel. You are a rebel because when somebody's trying to impose and give you the main courses of your discipline, and you don't like it, and you don't learn that, you you're not an obedient. And I think the world as an entity needs you to be obedient.
I agree, but I could use a little obedience in in the form of discipline.
You and me both.
That's a fact. That's a fact. All right, so I'm about to hold about the 15 minutes. By the way, if there's anyone who is looking to actually be having a conversation with the three of us right now, I want it to be more of a one-on-one. But I'm happy that you guys have been taking it back and forth. I've got about 15 minutes left. If there's anything else you guys want to bring up, or you think that might be a great thing to bring forth in terms of attention and why people are behaving in a way when it comes to attention, whether it comes to like and actually let me ask the both of you guys. So Kramos, I'll ask you first, and then I'll ask, and then the same thing for you, Denizen. And that it was the key point of what I just said in the beginning of it. Would you rather be understood by very few people, let's just say 10 people, or be noticed by tens of thousands? Which would you rather? So Kramos, you first.
I rather be I would rather my family.
Could you get a little closer? We can't really hear you.
Now,
Here we
now
go.
you can hear me good. All right.
Yeah.
I rather to be understand by my friends and my family. I don't need any more people. In fact, I thought I have many friends, and today I'm 43 years old. I have four friends, but the real ones. So I don't need 10,000. I need to be understood, and more, I need to be accepted because I can accept friendship because they're not using me. Because some friendship always disguise as a very good willing
Are
friend,
you sure? Are you sure,
but they
Kramos?
are
Because
using
a
me.
lot of people say that they'll choose the more noble path of the 10. But how true is that? Because when I see people's actions, they tend to
I think
pick
it's
the fame.
if you are seeking for it, it's
Uh-huh.
different that if just happens without you seeking for it. If 10,000 of people follow you because they believe in you or they can relate, I don't know. It's different if you are trying all day, every day to get there instead of just happen. If somebody likes my content, cool. If nobody likes my content, cool. I had a good time showing and sharing. But to be understood, that somebody understands me, my family and my friends before everybody else's. And I will share and I will invest my friendship on those who are really deserve it. That's what I can say.
Denizen, what's your thoughts on this one? Come on, my guy.
So I do recognize that with the attention of many, it increases the likelihood that you'll be understood by at least a few. And it is a numbers game when you're looking for people who can understand you. Obviously, being an excellent communicator would come in handy, but words are pretty sloppy, and human beings kind of have archetypes, and you're more likely to run into someone who understands you than teach someone how to understand you. At least to this point, maybe I have some learning to do with that comes into play. But I will say, um, I much rather have a few people that understand me than have a lot of people's attention. And maybe that's easier for me to say because I'm a complicated and charismatic individual, so it's easy for me to get attention and very, very difficult to be understood. So That being said, if you stay too long under the spotlight, we know what happens. Eventually, you get burned.
Rustla, if you let me, can I ask you a question? You're muted, the microphone again. But I wanted to ask you, do you have friends that don't understand you, but they are true friends?
Are you to me or Denizen?
Both.
All right, Denizen, you go first.
I don't know if they can be true friends under that circumstance. I, and maybe that's a shortcoming for me, but I almost feel betrayed when I feel like someone does understand me, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they don't. And then I think that impacts the level of appreciation and trust that I have within that relationship. And again, for me, it's rare for to be given the proper benefit of the doubt, right? Not for someone to always have my side and never criticize me, but to actually, when I'm in the middle of making a mistake, see the innocence of my mistake, right? And be able to help correct me from that perspective rather than seeing me the worst possible way that I could be seen by others, you know?
Huh.
You're muted.
Your mic, Rustla, your mic is too
No,
low.
no, no. I was thinking. I was
There.
thinking. Um. So I'm a little bit on the other side of it. I would rather the people who know me that are not online, because these are the people who are most likely to be the most genuine when it comes to me. They're not thinking about a perspective or a character that comes from me being online. They understand me as being the most authentic person that I am when I am with them. They get to see the multiple sides of me, as it were, rather than them trying to get to know me in real life, but also trying to get to know what people might see as the persona of me online. I would value their perspective, their thoughts, their authenticity of how they look at me as an individual offline than I would them being in me being online. If anything, even people who have met me in real life online, I still question what do they really think that they know about me versus the people that actually do know me on a regular basis when I'm hungry, when I'm tired. Like, honestly, I think a lot of people, especially when it comes to the online one, is like their perception of you, even when they meet you, is not the same thing as to seeing you in all of your aspects of life, when you're tired, when you're hungry, when you're angry, when you're depressed. And I think a lot of people online, we don't get to see that because we get to separate that. So you guys, in the chat as well, like, you don't get to see me when when I'm immensely depressed. You don't see me when I am hungry. And there are plenty of times I do my streams and I'll be running my stream for multiple hours and I'll be fucking starving. I'd be starving. There's plenty of times where I sit there and I just have my drinks, and there are guys and gals. Khan just said it. Like, just because you guys have been watching me drink on a regular basis and you never see me drunk, you never see me trip the fuck out, whatever. But there are so many people that want to see me do the most outlandish shit because they are praying to see another side of me that they never saw on a regular basis. And I think that says something more about the individual, not really about me. That's just it really what it is. And the people who get to see me on a regular basis out in the real world, they get to see that. They get to see me when I'm drinking. They get to see me when I'm extremely happy. They get to see me when I'm extremely tired. So I prefer the opinions, the critiques, the admirations, and also the put downs of people who really get to know me in real life compared to those who are online. Because even when I look at a lot of people who are online, I always have to ask myself with a sub question. It's a, what are you getting out of this?
Yeah.
What are you
That's a
getting
good
out of
question.
this?
That's a good question. I think, and I can say that Dennis is the other. Dennis, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think it's very true what you said about real friends are the ones who tell you, hey, you're making a mistake. Don't fuck it up. But those who are not your real friends will only celebrate your victories. But when you are under defeat, they will they will vanish. But your real friends appears when you don't call them and when you most need them. But the ones who are not your friends only celebrate victory and success. But failure and defeat, they are not there. So for me, it was a very good way to identify who was really my friend, regardless if that person, people understands me or not. But when they tell you, "Hey, stop doing this. You're fucking everything up. What the fuck?" And you wake up. That's real friendship, in my opinion. But it was very sad, but at the same time, a relief to see those who were calling me only when they need something and calling me only to celebrate my victories, but in my defeats and my failure, they never were there. So I think it's a very good point for, in order to identify, regardless the understanding, who is really your friend.
I think that's true, but I think it's a hard pill to swallow because
Hell
you
yes.
usually end up with 0 to 1 people left,
And
right? And
sometimes what you need.
one, yeah, 1 or 2 after a lifetime of collecting people. And why is that? How is it that the three of us can agree on this, and yet it seems like nobody's there for us when we need them?
Can we keep it a buck? I've had, I'm gonna say something that a lot of people who have played Pokemon, especially in the very beginning, when we didn't know who all the monsters were and everything. When it came time to come off and fight the Elite Four, majority of the people showed up to fight the Elite Four with the very Pokemon that they chose at the very beginning with Professor Oak. It wasn't all of the ones that they collected. It was the ones that were there from the beginning and stuck around to help them beat all the other gym badges and everything else. Those are the ones that they typically took with them to the final fucking boss. So it really says, despite the fact that how many people that we get around us, how many people that stick around, how many people that are beneficial with us, the ones that are most loyal are the ones that they keep around, even though there may have been times in our lives where they failed us. But when we look at the totality of who they are, of what they've done, they have been more of a benefit than they have been a crutch. And I think that's something important that we should really look at.
Damn. Yeah, and you know what that tells me is I almost answered my own question, at least partially, because I'm putting way more effort into trying to grow that list than I am into reciprocating the already existing membership.
I understand that feeling. I'm still fighting that right now. I'm still fighting the urge to grow it. And I'm just not really paying it. And I really want to pay attention more to the people, the few that are there.
God damn.
Yeah, no, you and I we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat, believe it or not. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy when you have the conversation to really notice that. Like, but it's true. I have so
See, it's that.
many local people who have been with me way longer than I expect. And I'm always thinking about, like, if I pass, how many people are going to show up in my funeral, rather than who are the people that I care about spending more time about than anything else.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Come on now.
I think I will have a few very few people in my funeral because my demands will be insane. So I don't think nobody will be able to participate in my and last will. But to end the point, I think it's a very good reflection in terms of if you if you're feeling that you're struggling on that. Uh, a piece of advice for me, and for you also is maybe that attempt to try will never end, and that I think is very useful and very transcendental because when you think about it, the result of everything can be so powerful because the most uncomfortable thing for human beings is not to know what is going to happen. So if you can rely on the attempt and reach victory by trying, the outcome is not that big. Doesn't cause you that amount of anxiety. If you're thinking about the result always, you will miss the learning by trying. So
Yeah.
I think in the attempt is the victory, and that's the best result. To try, just to try.
I agree. I agree. I mean, shit. That you laid it out really well. Um, I think I'm gonna end it right here. I think I'm gonna end it right here where we at a 4 hour mark, and I appreciate you guys for actually having this conversation. We need to do a little bit more open forums, to be honest with you. I think that if we really start shifting more, and I love the fact that you guys were really able to get engage in the conversation, and you really made me think about a few things that I even thought about myself. I think it's I think this is something that we should probably do a little bit more versus the conventional everybody just want to shut each other down type of shit. We'll see. But I do appreciate you both Krabos and of course Denizen, and of course feel free to show up whenever I do this kind of thing again. Um, but I'm gonna end it right here. I'm gonna talk to a little bit with the audience, and then of course if I'm ever doing this again, when that link drops, feel free, you guys. All right,
Thank you, sir. And
appreciate you.
give me your attention, ladies and gentlemen, at Denizen X. I need it too.
He
Don't let
needs it.
Wrestler have all the attention.
I want all the attention. No, absolutely.
Peace.
Go,
My my
please
fi-
check out Denizen, and please check out Kramos as well.
Oh yeah,
Kramos, you
please
want to say who you are?
send the link of Dennis. I would love to follow his content. I think experience of failure and experience of being aware of who really deserves your friendship and of course your attention is a very important because other people experiences can teach you something that maybe you haven't seen it yet. So, my final thought, thank you, Resla, for bringing this topic, and thank you for letting me participate in your space. Thank you for your own reflections, so projections, because I always learn something, and that is the best thing for me because this is not a place to fight. And what you did with your reinvention, uh, I think is doing very good for you because I see you, I see your face, and you're having a good time, and you're sharing something with a very relaxed and calm and peaceful way. So that's very good. Thank you, everyone. Be safe, be
Uh,
well, and
do me a favor before you take off,
focus.
Kramos. Just drop your link in the chat. 'Cause apparently, links can be dropped in my
Ah,
chat. This is really crazy. I didn't expect that.
okay.
Denizen, you just surprised the shit out of me. You surprised the shit. I was like, what the fuck? Like, there's a link that's dropped in my chat. I
I
thought I
don't even know how it worked.
honestly I thought I had it disbanded, but apparently I must have opened it up. So yeah, you already see
It
you
should,
guys. You already see
should be
Denizen
Well,
link
blocked
in
by
the chat.
YouTube by default.
No. I had to. I must have opened it up because I did a lot of changes over the last 2 weeks. So
I'm gonna
Deniz's
give
link
you
is in the chat.
my
Yeah, feel free to.
Ru-
Kramos dropped the link in the chat as well.
I'm gonna
Um,
give you my Rumble chat because that's the one that I'm
okay,
interested for you
whichever
to
one
know
is most,
because
yeah, whichever one is most comfortable for you. Oh, you
okay.
wait. Oh,
Thank
wait. Conshonery said it's not a clickable link. That's weird because I got. Wait, hold on. Let me look at it right now. I'm gonna click on it
it is
myself.
correct. It is
No, 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 no,
when
no, no.
when
Conshonery. It's a clickable link. It took me right to his. It took me right to his page. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. It took me right to his page.
I sent you my link in the private chat. Thank you
I
very much,
no,
Wrestler. Thank you
no problem.
for
No problem.
your mother. I always feel her, and she's so strong and beautiful. She's like this biggest light ever. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys. So both Kramos and Dennis's link is in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. I do want to. I'm going to ask you guys a question. I'm going to ask you guys in the chat a question, right? And that is, how many opinions have actually changed your life in the last? Fuck your lives. Fuck your lives. Fuck all of your lives. Fuck everything that you're talking about right here, right? How many opinions have you changed in the last year, just in general? Can we just ask that? How many opinions have you changed? I was sitting there thinking about your lives, but I'm like, I can't count for all of your lives. Fuck all of your lives. Just in the last year, how many opinions can you say that you've heard and you've actually been able to change in your own? You've heard something, you're like, holy shit, like that's actually something pretty interesting when you think about it, and you change your perspective. How many? Not the one or two instances, like, you say it isn't. You say it isn't a link, but literally, I can click on it and I can see. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Hold up. I'm gonna do this right now because apparently, Conshonery said it's not a link. So I'm gonna copy it because Kramos, I did his as well. I'm gonna post Denizens. Tell me if you can click on that. So maybe Denizen posted it because it showed up on my particular chat thing. Let me see here. Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. So here's what happened, Conshonery. Here's what happened. On my program, it showed up as a link. On YouTube, it didn't show up as a link. So on my program, I could see it. On YouTube, I couldn't. So I have to still do it afterwards. All right. So we learned something new. I've been messing around with a whole lot of settings, so we just learned something new. The question I am asking you: how many opinions have you changed within the last year? And I mean, like, honestly, thoroughly, wholeheartedly. Like when you're listening to conversations, when you're picking apart the fallacies, all the lies, the truths, the conjectures, how many of you can actually say like you are actually paying attention, that you heard something that actually made a bit of sense and it made you change how you thought about something? Because if the answer is zero, that might be worth thinking about. Now, for me, I don't trust people who never change their mind. Let me say that again. I do not trust people who never change their mind. By the way, not because they are wrong, because it makes me wonder if they're actually listening. If it's like in my head, in my ears, if you're taking information, if you're meeting people, if you're having experiences, if you're learning things, some opinions should move. Maybe not all of them. I'm not saying that, but some. And this is where I think being understood becomes very much important. Being understood requires vulnerability. You have to risk something being heard, something being seen, something being seen in the way that the real point that you're trying to make is out there. Attention doesn't require that. Attention can happen without any form of honesty, with any form of real understanding. Attention can happen without any sort of correction. Attention can happen without any form of understanding. That's why these things are not the same. You say it's dependent on what I'm talking about. It's the thing that I'm very talking about right now. And my final question, if nobody knew your name, if nobody knew your face, if nobody knew your background, if nobody knew your credit score, if nobody knew any of that, what would you be still saying, especially for that being online? I want you to think about that. Because I think that is the real test. Not whether people notice you, but whether the things that you are saying will survive outside of you, will survive without you. Are you doing the things that you're doing because you're simply conveying a message that will be beneficial to all, or are you only saying something that will only be beneficial to yourself? Just food for thought. That's all. Anyway, that is my time. I've been long enough with you guys. Thought this was a great stream. Thank you for those who actually popped up. Kramos, Denizen. I thought this was a pretty good one. And I will see you guys on the next one. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. Take care of everybody that you believe is going to be important to you, because without them, what exactly are you doing anyway? I will be working on my own thing. I'll let you guys know what's going on. Subscribe if you haven't already to the platform. Thank you, RLM, for the actual raid. I sub to you as well, so I'm going to be doing a bit of deep dive on your channel as well. It will probably be, I got a little bit of time, so it'll probably be later tonight, to be honest with you, to see some of the stuff that you got going on. And thank you, everybody who's actually been here, and I will see you in the next one. Take care of yourselves.